afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Pro Night here on Series E. It is Pop-Tarts week. I am your host, Ye, so ready to get back into all of the action. We kicked off Pop-Tarts League last night, and we're ready to keep it going here tonight with Pro Night. Now, for those of you that are new, I just want to break down Series E so you kind of have a better understanding of what is going on here, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 teams that made it through our open qualifiers and have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. Those players now make $750 a month salary and compete weekly for points and prize money against other open teams every Tuesday night. And then every Wednesday, they play up against some of the best pro squads from across North America and Europe. If you and your squad want to get in onto the action, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, I mentioned it last night, we kicked off Pop-Tarts week with a bang. Now, Team Pop-Tarts was hoping to come in and make it back-to-back strong performances after a dominant win last Tuesday. But last night was the night of Team Razor. They took first place and now have won 3 of our previous 4 open nights and have now jumped back into top 4 in our partner team standings. They are sitting in 3rd place now. Meanwhile, the other 2 main competitors for those slots, Teams Cheez-Its and Team Applejacks, did have strong performances as well, but Team Applejacks did get bumped out of that top 4, so those 2 are going to continue to have to try and deal with Team Razor, who is putting a ton of pressure on them, because maintaining that top 4 slot means that you make it into next season of Series E. So very important things on the line here as we finish off the season. This is week 10 of 12, so we are really getting down to the wire here. Definitely looking forward to some fun action tonight. We will see the return of TSM after winning 4 of the previous 5 pro nights. They took last week off after dropping the week prior to Team Rice Krispies Treats, which was, to Team KSZ. Sorry, getting the weeks mixed up here. Been a lot of Apex action, but TSM took a week off last week. They are back tonight. Another pro squad I do want to keep an eye on here as well is 303 Academy. We saw their debut in Series E a week ago. It was a strong performance from them as well. They did get a game win under their belt. Strong play overall, so definitely another team to keep an eye out for. But before we get into the Apex action, we've got our fun here in the studio. It is deal or steal time. Let's head over to the GVO zone and see what we got going on. Okay, I am joined here by Series E Pro member of Team Pop-Tarts and, I believe, fellow Eagles fan, Stomps, in the studio with me. Welcome, my friend.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to give you a go Birds before we get into the fun. I'm excited to have you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, man. It's been a rough season for the Eagles, man.
Yeah.
Like the past 2 years.
Yeah, you could say that. But, you know, we'll leave that on its own. We do have some fun, though, here today. We're going to play some Deal or Steal. For those of you at home, just to break down how things are going to work, I've got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes from all of our different partners. Now, to start the game, Stomps is going to pick one of those crates to hold onto. We will then go round by round, eliminating crates as we go. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for Stomps. You can either take that deal or elect to steal and keep playing the game. If he doesn't take any of my deals when we get to the end, we will crack open the crate that he chose, and he will get the prize that is inside. If you guys want a chance to come and play Deal or Steal with me, make sure to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena, as we do raffle off spots on the show every single week. Does that make sense to you, Stomps?
Makes sense.
Okay, well, let's have some fun. Let's get the show up on the board. I got crates 1 through 20. Which one are you going to pick to hold on to here at the start?
Man, we're going to go right for the middle. Go at number 11 here.
Number 11. All right, we'll have to see if that is a lucky one here. Stomps, what prize do you have your eye on here? What's the
Xbox.
The Xbox?
Easy cash.
Yeah, I mean, that is the easy answer there. Okay, first round here, we got to eliminate 9 crates before my first deal, so let's just start one by one, knocking them off the board.
9. All right. We'll start off with number 1.
Number 1, up to that top left corner. Let's see what we have Inside, it is a Series E jersey of your choice, which I believe you're already repping. I got the Pop-Tarts jersey on myself, so that's okay. One of those blue tier prizes off the board.
It's okay. It's okay. All right. Let's do number 10.
Number 10. Getting real cozy with number 11 right there. What is inside? It's going to be an esports arena mystery box. That one's going to sting a little bit. There's still another one up there, though, so you still got another shot at the mystery box.
All right. Go number 12.
Number 12. We'll bookend number 11 there. And if you folks in chat have some input, please feel free to drop it in chat. That is a Cheez-Its pack in number 12. Okay. Good start here. Couple of good ones off the board.
Go number 15.
Number 15. Okay, what do we have inside number 15? It's going to be a Nestle Splash water pack. We're building some momentum here, Stomps. I like where we're going.
There we go. Yeah, off to a little rough start, but we got this. Let's go with number 7.
Number 7. We're just going to surround number 11 here in the middle. Inside is the $50 Walmart gift card. That's a lot of Pop-Tarts. Could grab with that guy.
That's a lot of Pop-Tarts. That is a lot of Pop-Tarts indeed. Unlucky. Go with number 16 now.
Number 16. What do we have inside number 16? It's going to be the other Series E jersey of your choice. Just a reminder to the folks at home, if you don't get a shot to come on Deal or Steal, you can still get 15% off a Series E jersey at shop.esportsarena.com. Use Pop-Tarts15 in the promo code to get 15% off. You can look like Stomps and I. We're looking pretty clean, I would agree.
Yeah. It is pretty clean. It's really nice. Let's see. Go number 14 here.
Number
just going to keep boxing this number 11 in.
Yeah, we're just going to isolate him on his own. Number 14, we got, the Xbox Series X. Oh, that is...
Oh, that hurts.
That's 2 days in a row. I had Vaxlon on yesterday, and he opened up the Xbox Series X in round 1 as well. So you're not alone there. Still some great prizes. He ended up walking away with that Razer Black Widow keyboard. Man. So there's still some good stuff for you.
Man, that's heartbreaking. First round. All right. Well, let's go number 8.
Okay, number 8. Inside number 8 is going to be the Pringles pack. There we go. Back to the white tiers.
All right. We're back. It's not over yet.
And one final one for this round before my first deal.
All right. And number 6.
Number 6. All right. Number 11 feel real lonely there in the middle of the pack. It's the Pop-Tarts pack here on Pop-Tarts Week for a Pop-Tarts player. Okay. You know what?
You know, this is good.
Yep.
This is good.
You know, you hate to see the early mystery box off the table, and especially the Xbox Series X, but I'd say overall, pretty solid round here, Stomps. My deal for you here the first time around is going to be a little low due to some of those higher tier prizes coming off the board, but I've got a Rockstar pack here for you. Little something to wash down those Pop-Tarts, keep the energy up during Series E. You can take the deal here, take this Rockstar pack home, or you say steal and we keep playing.
I'm going to choose steal. I mean, I love Rockstar, but you got to keep going.
All right. Stomp says steal. We'll keep playing. Next round here, we got to open up 6 crates. So 6 more have to go before my next deal.
Okay. Start off with number 5.
Okay. Number 5 is the choice. Can we keep it rolling with the white tiers here to start things off? Yes, we will. That's the Nestle Splash Water Pack.
All right.
Stop settling in here.
Okay. We're coming back. We're coming back. Immediately, let's go number 9.
Number 9. Inside number 9. What are we feeling in there? It is, that Razer wireless Black Shark V2 Pro headset.
Yikes, man.
That one's a bit of a
Oh,
dagger.
that hurts.
Still
All right.
got the keyboard and the backpack available in the purple tier.
Yeah, we got 2 more perps. It's not bad. Let's go number 13.
Number 13, he says. Inside number 13 is going to be 2,150 Apex coins. One of those lower Apex coin prizes.
It's not bad. It's not bad. All right, we're back in it. Number 2.
Number 2. I like the, you really came into this one with a strategy. You know, it's not scattershot here. There's a method to the madness as the other 2,150 Apex coins prize off the table. And I would say it's working pretty well.
All right. It's not too shabby. Number 3.
Number 3, we'll keep it rolling. Inside number 3 is going to be the 6,700 Apex coins. 3 in a row.
Yikes.
That is a lot of coins there, though.
That's a lot of coins. I need a new heirloom. That hurts.
That'll definitely put a dent in that heirloom collection.
Wow.
Okay. Bit of a rough one there, but one more to go before my next deal.
One more. We'll end it off with number 4.
Okay. Stomp's keeping it consistent. Number 4 up at that top right corner. Can he hit another white tier here? It's going to be the Rockstar pack. Okay. Bit of a rough go, but you know, that's how you like to finish a round there. So looking at what we still have on the table, that Razer backpack and keyboard still available, another esports arena mystery box, but the rest of those blue tiers are gone, couple of the white tiers, okay? You did mention you're looking to get another heirloom. I want to help you out here with this deal. It's going to get a little better, but with that headset going off the board, not that much better. I got 2,150 Apex coins here for you, Stomps. Take my deal here. If you don't, let me just break down how the rest of the show will go. If you don't take this deal, we open up 3 more crates. I then have one final deal for you. If you don't take that one, we open crate number 11.
Okay, I'm going steel. You know, that's not going to help me at all when it comes to that heirloom.
Okay.
We are pretty far from it.
Okay. All right. Hey, Stomp says steel. He's feeling good. He's feeling like that a deal can get better or that something good is hiding inside number 11 here. So the Rice Krispies Treats pack, the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks, mystery box, keyboard, and backpack. Those are in these 5 crates. 17 through 23 of them got to go.
All right. We'll go number 17 here.
Number 17. What do we have inside? Can we eliminate one of those last 2 white tiers? Oh, it's the Razer Black Widow.
Oh my God.
V3 wireless keyboard. That beautiful RGB on there.
Man. That hurts. That hurts. Wow. We'll go number 20 now.
Okay, number 20. Hoping for one of those white tiers. Cross your fingers, chat. Stomps needs a little bit of luck here. Oh, it's the Racer backpack.
My God.
Oh, no.
It's rigged, boys. Oh, oh my God. Ouch.
Oh, that one hurt me, Stomps.
Wow, that's everything. Okay, wow.
You still got an esports
still
arena
got that
mystery
mystery
box
box
on the board, so there's still a real good prize out there. And I mean, in general, right?
Yeah, we got one more.
There's no losing here. You're still gonna go home with something good, but like, is it gonna be purple tier Razer product good? Not today.
Nah, it still hurts a little, but
oh, for sure.
We'll go number 18.
Number 18. Last crate to open up here. Can Stomps get a little bit of luck here at the end of round 3? We're hoping so. Oh!
Oh my God.
Esports Arena mystery
box.
Shot. No.
There's no shot.
Oh. Stomps, I am so sorry. I was really pulling for you there, my friend. So, I've got one last deal for you here. Up on the board still available is the Rice Krispies Treats pack and the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks pack. I'm going to be nice here, though. You're not on RKT. You don't play for Team Applejacks. You're on Team Pop-Tarts. I want to restock you with some Pop-Tarts there to keep you fed during these last couple weeks. So I got a Pop-Tarts pack for you. I want to restock your supplies, get you more of those brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tarts. Do you want to take the deal, or do you want to crack it open and get one of the two left on the board?
Oh, man. You know, I got plenty of Pop-Tarts at home, you know, go through them.
Fair enough.
But I'd like to mix it up a little. I think we'll go with steel.
Okay. Stomp says steel. He's going to say, I don't need any more Pop-Tarts. And then let's crack open. We got number 11. All that is left here. We'll still send you home with a little something sweet, Stomps. And it's going to be the Applejacks Jumbo Snacks Pack.
Okay.
All right. So a little bit of variety.
It's not the end of the world, you know.
Sure. I completely agree.
Oh, man. Ouch. Okay. Wow.
You know what? Hey, a bit of a rough game, but Stomps, you stuck it through. You went the distance. You were confident in that case 11. You're still going to go home with a good prize. I appreciate you taking the time to come and play with me. Best of luck with the games tonight. You guys still got some work to do trying to catch up to Team Pringles here. How you feeling going into tonight's pro night?
Oh, it's going to be an easy dub tonight. That's for sure.
Are you feeling a bit of a repeat of last Tuesday? 4 wins out of 6?
Yeah, we're going to do our best, but yeah, I mean, tonight's shaping up to be a repeat of that. That's for sure.
Okay. Hey, I got confidence in you in the squad. A lot of people in the studio pulling for you. There's a lot of Pop-Tarts fans here in the building, so best of luck to you and the boys here tonight. Thank you so much, my man.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man.
All right, guys, that was Stomps of Team Pop-Tarts joining me for some Deal or Steal. Big thank you to him for taking some time here before we get into the action. A couple final reminders for you guys. If you want to get in on Deal or Steal, make sure you subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. Make sure to follow us on all of our socials as well. And as I reminded you guys want to get one of these sweet jerseys? Look, I look fabulous. This is gorgeous, okay? You want to get one of these? You want to get some other Esports Arena swag? Shop.esportsarena.com. Use promo code POPTARTS15 to get 15% off of your order over there. Also, I want to remind you guys, we're doing some giveaways in chat. If you guys want to use ! giveaway to get in on these giveaways, make sure to do it. But that's going to do it here for the pre-show. I'm going to go slam some strawberry Pop-Tarts. I'll see you guys on the other side.
SeriesE.
SeriesE.
SeriesE. Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
SeriesE.
SeriesE. Apex Legends.
SeriesE Apex Legends starts right now.
Yeah, James, can you hear me? It's welcome back, man. It's, pro day today. We missed you yesterday. We had Vicky coming through, and we got a chance to see how close the race is, man. I didn't realize how insane the race for 4th place is right now in SeriesE. We have 2 weeks left, y'all. Applejacks is right in the race. Razor is in the race. Team Cheez-It is right there, too. So we're going to have to be watching out a lot of what's going on today, especially with those 3 teams. It's going to be super important for teams to play center zone on the pro day today because of the fact that kill points are going to be pretty scarce. I mean, if you're coming around and you're slaying and popping off, hey, props to you. But this lobby is going to be stacked. There's going to be a lot of good teams today. So I think that we're going to see a lot of, players coming in, hitting scans. We're going to see a lot of Valkyrie rotations most likely. And we're going to see some really solid Valkyrie rotations, unlike yesterday where we saw teams flying into the middle of team fights and crazy things. We saw some really impressive third parties at certain times, but we also saw that there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of playing Valkyrie. And it's going to be awesome to watch these players adapt because we've already seen them bust out some crazy plays. We've seen some amazing finishes. We've seen rockets to get kills at the very end. But I think the value of the rotations, especially if the zone ends up pulling really, really far, say that you drop Skyhook and need to go over down towards Lava City, over towards Dome. You have the option at the balloons, obviously, but going into your ultimate, taking flight right there, getting scans on people too as you go and fly down on the ground, that's huge value. For sure. I don't know if we're getting you through stream right now, Jamerson. So double check to see if in there. I'm hearing through Discord. So it's really important again when we go and look at the race that's going on right now to keep track of exactly what's going on with Team Razor specifically, in my opinion, because I think it's going to be really crazy if we have our number one team from season number one end up not making it into season three, or they have to play into the relegations. I feel like a team like Team Razor will go through the relegations in season three and probably remake it. But when we take a look at the teams right here, you can see just how stacked this lobby is. And it's going to be really, really wild to watch how everybody plays this one. Again, we have 50-50s typically happening over towards the tree side. A lot of it is a lot of respect, though, in terms of where these players land, the way that they rotate. We see some really, really solid plays coming out from Team Pringles. I feel like Team Pringles has been stepping it up fairly well overall. I think that one of the most impressive things for me was when they caught CLG off of the rotation, I think 2 weeks ago, coming out of Skyhook, and then they ended up running along that game and I think winning that game. The way that they're able to execute, the way that they're able to show different layers of their game has been awesome. But one of the players that I'm excited to see in here that we haven't seen, I think, in SeriesE, or at least for quite not some time, is going to be Hundreds. Hundreds is back. It's DWTT's playing with Hierarchy and G7 Dank. We also have Tech with 2 Brains, 1 Control over here playing with Slurpee G and with Peach. Anything to you, Jamerson, standing out on here?
Yeah, definitely love to see Hundreds back. What was he? He was playing on Team Intel, right? Last season, if I remember correctly.
I think Pringles.
I don't remember. Was it Pringles? Okay. Well, it's great to have him back. And of course, just these players that have been competing in Apex Legends for so long, Hundreds being one of them as well. But tonight's going to be great. You were talking about it, of course. We're going to have our 50-50s taking place again. You got to imagine Renegades versus Applejacks once again over by Tree. We always see now Tree has just kind of become like a huge tombstone more than anything else as a landmark on the map. It's just everyone goes there to 50-50. But of course, we're always going to be subject to the mercy of the ring, and we'll see how it actually works out for us. Right now, we're getting game 1 set up for our pro nights, and it should always be a fun affair. When it comes to these mixed regional plays, I mean, you always have to wonder, where are people going to drop? Are people going to be contesting? When we throw in our EMEA squads, that's when we get to see a lot more contention than we normally do.
Yeah, and it's fun talking to the EMEA players. They enjoy playing against the North American teams. It's always interesting to see a little bit of the rivalry that's going on. But I agree with what you said over towards the tree side. I think that it's been a little bit of a graveyard. And then it got me thinking, when Halloween comes around, I know it's a while, but Tree would make a really good kind of Halloween remake. I think they should turn it into a graveyard, Jamerson. Put a bunch of tombstones out there, make things a little bit creepy. We saw it in Kings Canyon. I don't think that anyone liked when they turn the lights off. You can't really see anything. I don't think anyone likes fog either. But what if we put some tombstones over towards Tree, and then hopefully, if you're, what is it, Team Applejacks, I believe, lands over there, hopefully your names are written on that tombstone, because we saw when they actually are able to get out of their 50-50, they do similar things to what Applejacks did in season 1, except and a little bit better in my opinion, because they're sitting over towards near the top of the leaderboards, or at least top 5 right now. So I really think it's important for them to get off to a good start. They got to win these 50-50s to get things going. But with the stakes right now, I'm curious to see if they kind of change up their strategy. Maybe they'll go and take some place that's free right now because they need so many points.
There's just so many things to consider, right? You've got champs coming right up as well. And it's just, you want to make sure that you secure your drop spot. And this is one of the few avenues to do it, right? Without scrims, without people really being able to continually contest for it and really lay their stake and claim on a spot, you kind of just have to go for it at this point. Applejacks, though, like you said, they look like pros when it comes to taking these 50-50s at trees. They have a definite game plan. Renegades did beat them out maybe once or twice last week during the 50-50s, but these fights take so long between two incredibly skilled teams that the third parties will already come. One of the teams that we're looking at for the third parties was 303 Academy. Calphon, Styx, and Escape for a squad that just showed up and competed in our pro nights. I think they did an admirable job here for 303 Academy, but dropping over by launch site and having a very fast rotation over to try and catch them off guard, they were able to succeed upon that kind of game plan.
I've been really impressed with the Academy team, and I think that also looking at Flashpoint and Charlotte Phoenix over towards the bottom right, and obviously Renegades with that not that new of a roster in terms of being signed, but they're a very solid team. Again, I really like the way that Bowser plays. I think that Pow's a great fit. Saucer's a very aggressive player on the Wraith, and he can also get in with a variety of different legends too, so we may see him switch things up. But Flashpoint is a team that was very, very consistent last season, has kind of tapered off a little bit with the change of the meta. I think that they're trying to kind of find their way back through. The zones haven't been as predictable as they have been in the past, so it's been a little bit more difficult for them. And speaking of difficulties, one player from Team Pop-Tarts unfortunately didn't make it into the game, so that's going to be a tough situation. Hopefully he can reconnect, but we'll see what they do over towards the Overlook side. Obviously getting this for free, that's going to be double the loot for them, but I guarantee they wish they had their teammate here.
Well, it looks like the first frags have already gone out. Third Impact taking up on the squad over here. And it's Third Impact doing what Third Impact does. They always seem to be finding fights when they drop over here at Epicenter. They do get the res, and Jazz will be able to Phoenix Kit up. We'll see if they make a quick and early rotation over to Refinery. We do already have someone going over. Zicky is there. No one's up at Survey. No one's up at Refinery. So that will leave things open as, it looks like, unfortunately, one of our observers might have crashed as well. And so now Third Impact will continue their loop path right now, and we did get a look at the ring. It does seem like it is pulling on over towards Overlook.
It looks like it could be Geyser, though, too, at the same time. You would never know. No-name area would be pretty valuable as well. Pop-Tarts is a team that would be in perfect position. Unfortunately, they don't have all three players, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do with that one. As Third Impact has always been one of our most active teams, was able to talk to them, and they love taking fights over here. They think it's really, important for them, like you were talking about, Jamerson, to practice for the ALGS and for these situations, and that's what they use SeriesE for. So they're always looking to better themselves and try to improve. Even though they're dying, they're still looking at, sometimes they look at that as a learning experience, as they're going to just hit some crafting over here towards the side, and the zone's not going to be too bad for them. I think that they'll probably play the high ground the entire time, come through and try to gatekeep a lot of the teams over towards the fragment side, and they'll get a lot of action. So this could be an opportunity for a decent amount of kill points for Third Impact.
Yeah, they can take their time looting here. Throughout all of that, we did miss Applejacks going down to Renegades, and it looked like it was a clean fight there. I didn't really see any trades on the kill feed. So our first 50-50, or our first 50-50 down there over by Tree, did go the way of Renegades. Don't know exactly what happened, but yeah, we're already down to 18 squads, 52 players remaining, as Third Impact will continue their loop path. And, they already had the replicators here, so they were good in terms of getting loot and everything else, and they're even getting all of Refinery. Let's go ahead and swap around to some other squads to see what they're up to.
Like watching Third Impact get all of the loot in all of World's Edge, Jamerson. I mean, look at how much real estate they're owning. I think we should just kind of soak this in for a second and appreciate that they're actually getting good loot. Well, that's what happens when you have like 4 different POIs that you could own. So teams do start to rotate over out of Skyhook eventually. They're on that northwest side through the tunnel. That is a very common rotation. CLG may end up taking that rotation, but a lot of times they'll go and push and get a little bit more aggressive and play faster than that. So when you're playing Edge and you actually don't have to move that far, this is a perfect scenario for Third Impact, especially picking up some fresh kill points. Looking over at what 303 Esports is doing, you can see a lot of teams posturing and favoring the Geyser area, which means this choke is going to be played. This is a very valuable spot but this gets hot. Teams come over towards your left-hand side. You have to have one player dedicated just to watching that as the other two kind of keep their head on a swivel. No one's going to run uphill from Geyser, so you're not really necessarily worried about that. That's more kill point opportunities, but everybody should be pushing up that hill.
Yeah, Paradise is doing a good job just scouting out the other choke point as well, which will be something popular for teams to play. And right now, this is the position you saw from Bambino's point of view. A lot of teams were starting to posture around, trying to control buildings in here at Geyser. We'll see how many teams rotate here from the northern side. I mean, we didn't see too much on the northeast, right? Third Impact already cleared out one squad. And so the majority of them will be coming on over from the Skyhook side, as it looks like we have Team Razor in a fight over by No Name. Vaxlon getting taken out and instantly thirsted. Hakulo picks that one up. Now Team Razor, we know that when it comes to the Pro Knights, they don't get the same kind of loot that they normally would like, because of course you have so many people running deep over at Skyhook, and so they're not able to take the usual looting path that they want, where they want to get trials and they walk away with blues, purples, and gold armors.
I'm going to tack that death up for Vaxlon to him not getting his dealer steal prize yet. If he had that Razor death adder, V2 that all these players on Razor have, I don't think that he would have died right there. So unfair advantage over to Team Razor. Once Vaxlon gets his care package, he's going to be slaying out, man. No, I'm just kidding. Looks like he got separated big time from his team. And knowing CLG, I think that they're going to try to pressure this, but also knowing Razor, I don't think they're interested in moving. But actually, CLG only has 2 players, so that makes a lot more sense. Now Madness going to have to be on this Tomcat Rat Cam for a little bit. You see the composition that they were trying to run most likely would have been a Bloodhound or Gibraltar here as the third, but now just going to have to wait. That banner is definitely going to respawn out and back on board with another duo over here. These poor duos, I feel bad for him, Jamerson.
Yeah, they got scanned up as well, so the squad that was chasing them should have a rough idea of what's going on here. Lucas trying his best to heal up. His Stomps will hold the bottom of that that entrance, and they should be safe for now. We'll see how aggressive they get. It might be third Impact that are roaming through. We'll find out in just a moment, but right now things have slowed down with these Geyser endings. Of course, a lot of squads still running around on the edges, trying to just slow play this one and find fights on the edges. Looks like Team Pop-Tarts looking to move out, but I believe that's the car that Madness was in. And yeah, you can see the outline of Madness in there. They don't have a scan. They do see the end of his rifle, but they're just going for a port to gain control over a building, and they get the triangle building here. So this could be strong. 2 points of entry, and they've got 2 people, so they should be able to cover for now. But Stomps taking a lot of damage, has to slide back on in and heal up. And Pop-Tarts, with only the 2 people, that's of course, that means they have 2/3 of the healing that they normally would have as well.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for Team Pop-Tarts is the Bloodhound scans that are going to come through, but you can see how many teams are coexisting over here. It looks like they're predicting this ending. And, you know, the good thing is, like you said, 2 points of entry, 2 doors, 1 player blocking each door. As long as no grenades come through, they should be absolutely fine. So I do like this rotation coming through. And speaking of rotations, one team taking flight over towards the side. Looks like they're trying to play the high ground. That's a full team of 3, so I don't think Lucas and Stomps are interested in forcing that and giving up their position. Even if they had 3, they're still going to try to stay there too. So Team Razor fresh off their kill off Vaxlon not too long ago. Looks like they are taking a decent amount of damage. I mean, all 3 players eating a little bit, so that's very nicely played by the teams over towards the side over here. But they're getting aggressive. 64 spray on the opposite team. Hakulo comes through, scans the blue van. They realize that it's a little bit too risky. No grenades were able to get inside either, so they're just going to back off. But we know third Impact was going to come through and have a nice rotation. And look at that. They're picking up more kills, taking down one of their fellow EMEA orgs. That's going to be Na'Vi with the clean wipe there. Look at that, Jamerson. Nobody even took any damage.
Yeah, it looks like they were just able to pounce up on top of them there, as they do still have the Beast of the Hunt popping, the scans going down. No more teams coming from the northern side, and they've got access to the replicator here as well with 55 credits towards Jazz's name, and so they are looking pretty. Double purple armors. They should have bats for days as well. We didn't really see Na'Vi on the kill feed, so they couldn't have been getting into too many fights. So that's going to be largely intact loot for third Impact, who were already banking so much coming up from 2 big POIs to pick that up. And they will just hold on, as we do have a fight. It looks like RNG getting into a fight up against Oh man, why can't I remember their names? Well, anyhow, let's go ahead and move on to the other fight. Rice Krispie Treats over here at Geyser, just poking and prodding along as Team Intel were able to come in for the third party up against Renegades and taking out 2 of them as well. We're still at 46 players left, 17 squads, and this is actually, I think, a bit slower than we were expecting for this kind of circle.
Definitely, I think the teams don't really know exactly what zone this is going to be. You have teams favoring Geyser, you have teams favoring No Name, teams favoring Overlook Epicenter area. So right now, it's a little bit unpredictable for these squads. They're waiting to gather information, but this is what we're anticipating actually in terms of the way teams we're going to play in order to get points as we have the fat scan coming through. This is still fairly unpredictable. I mean, this could end on that respawn, kind of where Charlotte Phoenix is. It could also end where the teams are over towards No Name. So Team Liquid, they're interested in playing the edge over here. Train station area over towards the fragment side. This is a good spot. Wow, Albrulli, are you serious? 250 meters out, just connecting with that bow like it's nothing.
I believe it. It's Alb. Right now, Team Liquid, they'll be able to camp this beacon for some time, and it looks like for the foreseeable future, they'll wait for this ring to close up, and they'll be able to bubble scan that for us to have a better idea. And of course, with Albrulli on that Valkyrie, it's going to be a free rotate for whatever spot that they want, and should be ready to fight. Of course, having that Gibraltar with the Valkyrie, incredibly strong combo when you want to make those riskier rotates. But it looks like... is that? No, never mind. I thought I might have saw a res. It was just some weird artifact in the skies. But yeah, we're still at 46 players here. So no team really trying to play for the center quite yet. But yeah, Team Liquid, they're just going to take their time out here.
And it's nice to see Albrulli play another legend that has abilities similar to Pathfinder, right? Getting height, outplaying people, maneuvering. That's what Albrulli is all about. He's so mechanically gifted. To kind of stick him on something like, I mean, I'm not going to say Wraith is a little out of date, but, you know, Wraith with the fast Q, previous Wraith before she ended up getting nerfed a little bit would have been the play for him. But it's just going to be refreshing to see the amount of, you know, plays that this guy can make, because he's just an absolute nut when it comes to the clips that you see. If you don't follow him on Twitter and Instagram, highly recommend checking out Albrulli's clip. Dude's an absolute monster, and his stream as well. So let's see if he's able to connect with these long range shots. Oh, a little bit of a jinx there, Jamerson, but he connects with one of them for 54. That's going to be some flesh damage. Albrulli just talking you up, man. Come on.
The bow check, Bo. It's absolutely insane. Along with being on an insane player, Team Intel that are stuck over here at the blue bins, as we do see the ring starting to pull up now over towards No Name. And so we're seeing why so many players were considering that it might pull on over here. And it's going to be the rotate. Intel, without a clear path to get through, they will just take to the skies for now and redeploy on over. Or is their plan? How deep are they going to go? Looks like they want to try and find a spot over closer towards Overlook, maybe over there, or just go straight into a building, or dip right into the tunnel. So there they go.
Risky play. The team could potentially be down there, but they are going to find some safe haven for now. And you could see them kind of shaking their screen back and forth. Oh, could that be Pop-Tarts down there? Actually, that's going to be Slurpee G. That's going to be a bubble res coming through. Metro doesn't even have time to pop the Beast of the Hunt yet. He's going to have to maybe heal up here. He actually, instead of healing, he's going to go for the Beast of the Hunt. There goes the EMP too. So if he could have been hitting a battery during that time, that would have been the play. Instead, he gets taken down. Great shots coming in from Peach. Slurpee G connects with the Wingman too. That Wingman is looking golden right now, as Peach, speaking of gold, has that gold armor, and they are going to take down Team Intel as they make that rotation. That's the problem with, you know, Valkyrie at certain times, especially when everybody is playing the zone the way that they are, and everybody at Geyser is going to get lit up now, especially Bird. That nade was ridiculous, hitting Rice Krispie Treats. You had Z Davis there with the EVA 8, so Rice Krispie Treats in a tough spot.
Yeah, losing out on GS Bird now, and they still have to make it into the safety of the zone. There's 40 seconds left, but here's Team Cheez-It trying to get aggressive off of this. They do finish off Sura from Charlotte Phoenix, who they were playing the deeper corner here. I'm surprised that they took the fight to them, but Team Cheez-It are the ones that do come out on top, and they'll have the safe haven of this building to play off of for now, as Prodigy Aces will slow heal this one through. Scan to just check their flank, and you can see there is a team playing still over by that respawn beacon, but their priority is gatekeeping the squads that are going to be trying to come up behind them there.
It's definitely a good play if you're in the zone right here. It's just going to be difficult when the time comes to make your way out, and that's what a Valkyrie would probably be a little bit more useful. So you could make your way over this choke area and try to get some sort of safe haven. Really, the only option for a team like Intel would have been a late rotation through, because what you're going to want to do, Jamerson, is get into these buildings over towards the no-name area and coexist. That doesn't mean you get inside the building. That means that you play underneath the building or around the building. And it's completely possible, especially with some of these ones that have kind of like outdoor basements, I guess you could say. So we'll see what the play is for Team Cheese, at how long they want to wait before they try to force their fight over towards the tunnel, because basically that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to fight their way out of there, as Team Razor has been in position for quite some time. And I can't wait to actually see where this zone's going to pull, because it's been unpredictable the entire time. And there's the coexistence that we're talking about. One team is already underneath the building. That's going to be Renegades. They're going in it right now. Finicky's going to answer right back, though, and it looks like this is a pretty even fight so far. Pau needs to connect with these PK shots, and he does. There's the bubble as well, so they're safe for now.
They lost out on Saucer, though, and he's still bleeding out. We'll see if they can recover him. He is stuck in the corner. A lot of teams in the area right now is Team Liquid. From above, I believe, Razor's building now, just getting some free shots off, trying their best to delay that res for as long as they can. But they have to start making their move. With a minute and 15 seconds left, they're going to start moving first. We have a number of teams there. They've got to be careful. You can see 2 Brains, 1 Controller, third Impact up there. They're going to try and come up behind them as well, but they might just leave themselves in a very tight situation with the ring to their back. See if they can catch them off guard, but here they are with the free rotate. You got the Sentinel out, hits, and Nocturnal on the big boy, gonna swing up now, will heal up, has the gold armor, so the 1 cell will be enough to top him off. Defensive bombardment to drop on top of them as well, and the bombardment going down. They do have the bubble, and so they'll be safe for now. We'll see how aggressive Team Liquid can stay on this, as they are still squaring up to try and push the squad. Nocturnal now going for the flank here on the left-hand side. Hits for the 75. You have a swing in from another squad as well, as they are just getting pinched. Peach, 2 Brain, 1 Controller might be going down soon, as Alberlele gets that first knock onto Peach, and you can see the kind of pressure that both of these squads are putting on them, but time is running out. There's 15 seconds before the ring starts closing up, and they got the knock onto Ziki, and now it looks like Team Liquid are here to just clean up both of these teams.
Man, Team Liquid is so impressive with the way that they're able to rotate right there, the shot calling. Nocturnal's connecting on these shots, making it look easy. Man, great job by Team Liquid taking this priority position, and they have their back towards the zone. Got a complete graveyard of death boxes over here, a drop in front of you. They're living it up. All because of that amazing call to go over towards that rock that nobody was holding for some reason. Not even a rat was making their way over there. They were just locking down these blue crates, not anticipating anyone to fly in behind them. So what a heads up play as we take a look at what Charlotte Phoenix is doing. They're in a pretty nice spot too. But overall, I mean, Jamerson, what do you think about these Liquid plays?
Yeah, this is great, as now as Team Pringles are making their move on up. Zeratricky was able to get a knock onto hundreds here, but they are going to lose out onto 1, as Razor pushing up with the bubble. As the zone closing up, we're seeing a lot of the teams, of course, just funneling in over towards the western side of the map, and overall it's going to be Team Razor to clean a lot of kills between Serial and his squad mates, at least 8 right now. This is a huge game for both Liquid and for Team Razor. We'll see how much more Team Liquid can pick up here, as the Kraber is in the hands of Nocturnal slowly. It looks like he just upgraded from the Sentinel now, as he is getting ready with 5 squads left, 13 players remaining. So 1 squad might be down to a solo. We'll see if there's still a rat around, but I love how Liquid are playing this. You can see the wide flank coming out as well from Alberlele, and Bronzy just gets ripped to shreds by that Kraber. They are ready to push up. Razor coming in for the flank as well, just sandwiching Charlotte Phoenix here. Charlotte Phoenix, they are on their last legs. You can see Zasura will go down. Hakulo picks that one up, and it looks like it's just a race between Team Liquid and Team Razor right now. We're just running this lobby. 4 squads remaining, 10 players left.
Literally a kill race between these two teams, and it seems like Team Liquid is in... Oh man, I was going to say in full form. They're getting ready for the global championships here. very shortly, but also, you know, keep in mind how much is on the line for Team Razor, who needs all the points that they can get with how close this one is. Nice little 123 coming in over here. And you know Nocturnal's warmed up. He's been shooting the Sentinel all game. He's not worried about conserving ammo because of the amount of death boxes that are all over the place, and he'd gladly exchange some damage and change of resources right now, even though you know that this team is completely stacked. So we're in a 3-on-3-on-1 situation over here where some rat has done an amazing job throughout all this staying alive.
Yeah, not entirely too sure where that last rat is. The scan does go out. They know Team Razor on the other side. Here they go, the full send, but the headshot midair from Nocturnal will rip Zeratricky to shreds, and now they're gonna full send it on this one as ASCII was the last rat. Gets a knock, but he will not be able to survive to second. Team Liquid with a beautiful rotation out of No Name will take the win here in game number 1.
I'm so glad we were able to capture that entire moment. Great job by the Esports Arena production team getting on top of what Team Liquid was doing and then staying on board throughout the entire time. I mean, Nocturnal just put on an absolute show. You don't see the Sentinel really used by anybody, not in North America, not in EMEA, really. I mean, but he's been consistently picking it up, and you see why. He's connecting with those shots. Kraber, Mastiff, Jamerson. That's a crazy combo.
It was beautiful to see. And it was great rotations coming out from Liquid for that win. And so congratulations, Liquid taking game number 1. But Razor did frag out, so there's a chance that they're going to be almost similar in terms of points. We'll find out, though, after this break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts, and I'm about to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart. That is the best Pop-Tart by far. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse,
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
and you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo. Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and I'm about to try some Pop-Tart Bites here. Strawberry flavor. Alright, let's crack this bad boy open. Here it is, strawberry flavored Pop-Tart Bite. Man, that's really good. Man, and I love how it's not too much. I love it that it's in a snack form. That way I can keep eating at my own pace rather than it being a huge Pop-Tart to eat. Wow, it's really good. If you want to try Pop-Tart Bites like I just did, or any type of Pop-Tart flavor, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse,
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
and you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance at the soul. Go for the goal. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, welcome back to Series E. We just had Team Liquid taking game number 1. But throughout all of that, we saw Razor fragging out during the mad scramble on the Western Rotate. So let's take a look at the mobile one leaderboard to see where all of our teams stand currently after that first game. And Team Razor, they fragged so hard that they are now in first place with 22 points, but Team Liquid are right behind them in second with 20.
Yeah, big game there coming in from Team Razor. I believe that's going to be 13 kills overall, so pretty impressive. You would have thought, in my opinion, I know that you were keeping track of how many kills Razor actually had, but I was just so impressed with Team Liquid. I thought that they would be in first place right now. Either way, Third Impact, you saw them early on pick up some KP over towards the epicenter side. They continued to make their nice rotation, picked up Navi as well. Unfortunately, didn't get all the way in how they were hoping for, and that was an extremely unpredictable circle. I don't think anybody was anticipating how that one ended up pulling. I mean, that's very rare to see that ending, but Team Liquid played that perfectly, and you really see the value of the Valkyrie there. I mean, Wraith's not able to make that rotation, right? You have so many opportunities to go, and you have all three players gathering vision at the same time. So if everybody's rotating their cameras when they're flying, and everybody's paying attention to where players are at as you get the scans, you're going to be looking great, and that's exactly what Team Liquid did. Unfortunately for them, Razor popped off, and unfortunately for Team Cheez-It and for Team Applejacks, they did not have their best performances. You can see Team Applejacks got goosed right there. Team Cheez-It, they're sitting at 5th place with 7 points, so not a goose egg there for them. But this is an extremely important race going in for the accumulative points with 2 weeks left.
Yeah, I believe for Team Cheez-It, what had happened was they got stuck inside of the vault tunnel on their rotate. They were stuck on the geyser side. And when they had to make their way on in, they had no way to get in. And you're absolutely right. The rotation power of the Valkyrie is so much stronger than what Wraith can offer. 100 meters for the Wraith portal as opposed to infinite possibilities for Valkyrie. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 1. And there were plenty. And this was just the end for Team Liquid here. As you can see, they were all red evoed out. Nocturnal sitting on the Kraber Mastiff, and he just hits beautiful shots as Team Razor. They're just stuck with the ring coming in behind them. First landing that 123, and then this midair that's going to come up in just a second.
Yeah, I love this clip right here where he's flying in the air, 2 shots left. You're getting Kraber the entire time. What do you think you're going to do? All right, maybe we should bubble forward and advance. No, let's throw a jump pad down and get a little bit crazy with it. You could see the defensive bombardment was used throughout all of that. They're trying to hit the Valkyrie. Actually, this was his final shot, so he's going huge with this one throughout all that. Remember, he was not shy. 247 to the dome right now. He was trying to get rid of that Kraber the entire time, but now that he realizes they have the advantage and that it's just a rat left, he doesn't even need his secondary gun, which is the Kraber. He's just going to push with that Massive. Great job by Nocturnal that entire game.
Yeah, and honestly, just being set up for this position, Albert Lely making the call to make that rotate. I believe from where they went, right? It was from No Name all the way basically up to Overlook. That is not 100 meters. Wraith would have never gotten you even halfway there. So that was just a beautiful play. And they knew the situation that they were in. The ring was going to be closing in on them. They had to push the team that was playing in the God spot. I forget who it was, but Third Impact was involved in that fight as well. It was Peach's squad that was up there. And you can see how they were able to just close things out. Beautiful shots laying in from Arbalele as well. And so Team Liquid take this one. It's still going to be Team Razor, though, who are currently in the lead now, but it's just by 2 points. Imagine if they had taken this team fight win, they could have a pretty clear like 7 or 9 point advantage over Team Liquid right now, but it was all about positioning, baby.
It really was. I mean, it could even be double digits if that's the case, because so much is on the line right there. But I really like the way that they were able to execute that in terms of the Valkyrie. I know we keep talking about it, but you watch other teams play Valkyrie and they're not at that same level. They're not ready to go and make these big brain plays. And I think it was 2 brains, 1 controller, Peach's squad in that spot. And that was Tech, I believe, on the crypto that Nocturnal ended up taking out, where they're hitting those continuous scans over and over again in order to get that type of information. So if anyone's going to be in a good spot in that instance, it is going to be 2 brains, 1 controller. But once people realize how to go and hit these rotations, you don't do it too early. You have to wait until about zone number 4, zone number 5 to go and do that. If you try to fly in like Team Intel and say, hey, we're going to go over to No Name and just jump in the air and ping a random spot and then go into the tunnel, all those spots are going to be taken because everybody is just waiting around trying to figure out where the zone's going to pull. So you have to wait until your time comes, and you do exactly what Team Liquid did. You played the edge of the zone, just have a little bit of that zone towards your back, and then when you need to make your big play, once you find out where that zone's pulling, you fly, take the air, take a priority spot. Fortunately for them, there wasn't another team right there either.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 2. Team Razor currently in the lead with 2 points over Team Liquid. I believe the third squad had, what, 11 points? So we're starting to see 2 teams starting to break away right now, but here is Team Liquid. And this is why we were talking about Team Razor, of course, not having the usual loot, because Team Liquid are the team that will be here at Trials getting this one. Double blues for Alberlele off of 2 bins. Man, I love the loot changes.
You love to see it. I mean, the thing is with Alberelli, again, he was a Pathfinder main for so long, and now again he has an opportunity to do some ridiculous things. But not only that, he's a great in-game leader. So now he gets the best of both worlds with being able to outplay and also being able to take control and make some really good calls. And Nocturnal is able to do that. Flanker's able to do that. And you obviously have Coach Hotsick behind them too, who's going to be a huge influence on when to rotate and taking a look at major mistakes that are happening. You can see they're not making any major mistakes quite yet. Big 96 coming in from Senpai. He's using this little rock as a head glitch. If he can just hit maybe one more, he has this player down. But look at that HP, sitting around 10, 20 HP overall, and he backs that player off. Holy cow, Senpai, you are a madman. Oh, just kidding. Speaking of madman, it's madness.
Oh, and you can see Tempest was just sitting on that respawn beacon the entire time. And yeah, with only 10 HP, you didn't need the bow to finish him off. A P20 would have done the job there, but Oi Senpai is gone. CLG running the eastern side of Skyhook here, and we'll see if Senpai does get rezzed up, as it doesn't seem like anyone's trying to thirst him quite yet until he gets tagged right there. And Tempest will not make it in time. Vaxlon is here with Madness to try and force the issue up against Team Rockstar right now. Getting challenged. Tempest already cracked and he's down. Vayne is here and Trinal is going to have to run away. Unfortunate for them as Team Rockstar. If they back away even further, if Trinal backs away even further, he's going straight into the maw of Third Impact, who should be over here at Epicenter.
Well, good thing that's what Octane's good at, is running away. So he should be able to dip out of there and eventually hit some cells as he's sliding down the hill, or maybe even find an armor swap. But it looks like he found somebody over there, so he's going to just say, all right, I am out of here. And guess who it is? Jamerson. It is Third Impact. And look at those shots. Oh, he's able to finish him from across the map. Nice job by Jazaz.
So that's going to be the +1. And this was the 50-50 that we saw. It was Third Impact versus Team Rockstar, and that's why they were forced over the survey camp there. But it looked like they tried to get a bit more greedy in the loot path and ran right into CLG. You have to understand how CLG loot at this point. You can't go into that train tunnel thinking you're not going to get challenged, and this is exactly what happened. Here's Team Applejacks, though, continuing their fight once again up against Renegades, but this is a different position than we're used to seeing coming out from Applejacks, as they do try to push the buildings. Renegades are the ones that take the northwestern buildings here. 303 Academy are already in place coming in for that third party, and you're seeing why Applejacks are backed up so much. Third Impact, 303 Academy. Their loot looks so good when you compare it to what Applejacks have right now. They've got the gold armor, they've got the purple, they're ready to try and push, but the portal has been made, and so it looks like Applejacks will get out of dodge.
Nice job rotating by Applejacks, but it's not over yet because can't escape over here when he's got the Bloodhound out. And 303 Academy, we've seen them come for these third parties numerous times. They come over from that, what is that, the east side of where they're at right now, and they come from the tunnel area. So it's not that unlikely that they've picked up week by week that this third party is continuing to happen. And they have their own POI, so they do have better loot almost every single time. So I love this play coming in. You can see they didn't even wait to find a better gun than the alternator. That's how interested they are in pushing. And now they're fully committed in terms of chasing this team. But once you start shooting over and over again, everyone else is going to start looking. You have the teams from Sorting Factory, eventually Lava City and Dome are going to make their way over here too. And obviously you have a team that's probably setting up in Harvester. So you have to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more careful. Speaking of Sorting Factory, Rice Krispie Treats looks like they want to get busy over here. Stunning hits a scan. It also has information that Gibraltar left. That player is flash damage. So we'll see if Sunny's going to decide to push this one. Multiple grenades, one frag, one thermite is going to slow things down temporarily. Another scan coming out. And Tech looks like he wants to go and push through, but it's a little scary in this skirmish to have white armor.
Yeah, they have to wait this one out. The scan does come down and does show that they're a little bit separated. GS Bird still holding that door. that they were initially playing at before, but he will reconnect with the squad. It's going to be dangerous to try and push, as we did see a lot of teams in the area. We know 303 Academy's here. We know that Applejack's is here as well, and Rice Krispies no longer going to try and push this anymore. It took way too long, and with the ring closing, 2 minutes left, you know that a lot of teams should be in the area. So I like this call to just back away.
They have options here. I mean, worst case scenario, they could end up portaling into where this next zone is going to be, where that beacon is, and then just bubble that beacon, have the Bloodhounds scan that thing. Now you know where zone number 3 is, and that's going to give you a really good idea where the final circle is going to be. So let's see what the play is for Team Rice Krispie Treats. Is 2 brains, 1 controller. They're not setting up over towards Strain. They're just trying to make the rotation over here. And you see this fairly often. This is a hot spot for Tech and his squad to always make the rotation through. They have a team that's stuck on the low ground, but they're going to start prioritizing where they need to be, because you saw them in game number 1. They had the God spot, but they just had Team Liquid and other teams come through and collapse and pinch them from behind.
Yeah, it might have been Team Liquid. We know that, you know, if they want to get trials, it'll delay their rotate in favor of much better armors and loot. So I like this call. Just back away right now. Remember, Team Liquid are currently sitting in 2nd place with 20 points, and they're making their way down to the south, going over towards Sorting Factory now. Na'Vi, though, over here on the thermal side, find themselves in a small fight. I don't know who's on the other side of this one. It might be Team Intel, but they are being gate kept at the choke. They don't have to commit to this, but Max Strafey does hit some decent damage. Kuya has been cracked, and now they are backing away to try and heal up and reset for this fight. We'll see how aggressive this team gets. Defensive bombardment being considered by Nesh. He's playing here on the high ground. Bubble has been forced out as well, so he's going to bide his time and really be patient with this one. It's actually 303 Academy that are up here. Now they are backing away, knowing that their bubble's down. A lot of their defensive tools are gone. They're not going to overpush here, and it's going to be some more patient play coming out here in game number 2.
It's a very interesting game. I mean, we were expecting a little bit more fast pace, but the closer we get to the championships, I mean, what are we, 3 weeks away? That's not many opportunities to get very serious games in like we have here in SeriesE. So everybody is taking this one like it's $4 million over here. Team Pringles, they're setting up Na'Vi. Fortunately, no one runs into the rock right there, as they do have pings going down over towards the sorting side. I'm anticipating this spot to be taken, but it looks like it could possibly be free. If a team's baiting inside the doors, that would be insane.
You can see how they approach this as well, right? So even though it was a pretty blind rotate, a team could have been inside the office. You saw how either player actually covered a door each and landed basically at the same time. So that was a really great coordinated rotate coming out from Na'Vi there. And they will be safe in this zone. They're just on the edge. This one is going to continue to pull it to the east, I believe. But here's RKT now making the push. It looks like they were able to force this office squad to the top of Banana now, but this is where it becomes a little bit more tricky if they've got extra nades to try and cover the approach. And we were talking about it before earlier. Tech still sitting on the white armor throughout all of this. This is a very dangerous fight for them to take, but it looks like with simple posturing, they're able to force them all the way out, and they have full control over Banana.
It's a great spot to be in, and it's nice that we're in a meta where there aren't any caustics, because this is where caustic would absolutely thrive here. Tech still sitting on the gray armor though, so he hasn't even been able to put in 50 damage quite yet. You would love to see something happen here. Maybe he doesn't have the type of weapons that he needs to, or possibly should just give that to somebody else. Maybe Bird, since he has that passive shield to go and peek for a little bit with that R301 and lay down some sort of damage. Nestle Splash, would love to see them pop off here. They've made a nice rotation to get over towards the top of sorting. We know how Sorting Factory works. There's a lot of teams that will coexist over here. Typically 2 teams over towards the top, multiple teams over down low. And here's the skirmish we were waiting for with Team Rice Krispie Treats. Defensive bombardment is going to be used. That could be Birds, as scans are going to happen. And one team bubbled over towards the door, which means they're interested in pushing through. Great spray from Stunny. That's going to be 81 with some flesh damage. That team's going over towards the roof. Big advantage to Rice Krispie Treats being inside the building and not worrying about getting third party.
Yeah, it looked like the third party came to 2 brains, 1 controller, as Liquid were able to show up, I believe, get involved in that for the time being. Rice Krispies understanding that a lot of the rotation is going to come from the western side here, and so they are putting a lot of focus on that. And Liquid were indeed here for the third party, picking up a lot of this loot as well. Alberlaley swaps off to that blue for now, and it's only really 2 shots off from getting over to the purple, and it's Alberlaley. He should be able to connect with that. We're down to 18 squads now as the second ring is starting to close up, and it looks like they're going for that bubble beacon, and they'll be able to pick up that information for us as well.
This is what we were talking about. That beacon is just sitting directly in the middle. One of these teams is going to take advantage of it. And it looks like it's going to be Team Liquid. So Alberelli taking some more damage, but they are safe inside that building. They should be okay throughout all of this. Huge value, though, as we do get an idea of where this one's going to go. Continues to pull up over towards that north-hand side. And Alberelli is most likely posturing and getting ready for another miraculous play here. But remember, it's a little early for that. So they could end up electing to play the edge. We'll see what the thought process is here for Team Liquid. Another team is flying directly above them.
Oh my goodness, they're going right on in. It's Team Renegades here, but they're opting more for that office building side that we saw earlier on, and Flanker's keeping an eye on them for the time being. He will back away. Alberlaley was able to get that purple shield evolved as well, and they're making their way up towards the north side of this zone. So I think Team Liquid right now are trying to find some of these edge fights. We do have Nestle in the Northern Sorting Factory building here, and so this could be an isolated fight for them, and we'll see how aggressive they get off of that. If Flanker can get a little bit closer to the building to hit the scans, but now he's getting shot up from all angles, has to drop down and give up that high ground.
I wouldn't doubt if they go and hit another scan here. I mean, they got nice information on where zone number 3 is, but now everybody has that information. Finding out where zone number 4 is, you could literally go and take flight, just like we were talking about, and then make your big rotation, because not a lot of teams are going to have that type of intel right now because of how contested it's going to be. So while there are a lot of teams in sorting, we know that they're capable of doing this one. Nocturnal has the gold armor. They're going to have the bubble. If they need the defensive bombardment, they're going to go and use that one. So you could tell they're getting ready and posturing towards going towards the middle here.
They're getting challenged for it, and as you can see, the ring will be pulling over towards the dome side. 303 is already there, along with Flashpoint, Team Intel, Team Cheez-It, though, trying to get aggressive onto 303, who had an isolated player in Bambino, but he does seem to make it out now as Team Razor running on the western side here. Oh, the redeploy. No connects out from Serial there on any of the players, and they're just going to have to let that one go.
Yeah, it's the alternator. We'll give him that one, even though that's like one of the most stacked alternators I've ever seen. That thing almost looks like a gold alternator right there. And there it is, Team Liquid. They're going to take flight here. Let's see what the play is. Oh, Team Cheez-It's in a fight, though, so we're going to switch back on over to them because this is an important one. They're directly in the middle of the zone right here. That's going to be Na'Vi. Good spray from Joey Blackout. It's not going to matter, though. And it looks like they are going to end up going down. Oh, no, Na'Vi with the finishes as well. That means Prodigy Ace is going to have to rat it out. Third impact. They're in a little bit of a skirmish over here towards the side. They're locking things down over towards this blue van. That's going to be Paradise getting the initial knock. It's so hard to push in through that thermite. Bloodhound barely can even see throughout all of that, especially even with his scans and all of the information that he has. But Ballon G's bailing as well. And they're just going to dip out of there. So much fighting, so many deaths all over the place. Pringles is going to drop 3 kill feed as well. That's going to be Bird picking up a triple kill. And then there's Alberelli and Team Liquid off of their rotation.
And they're able to just completely avoid a lot of the chokes. That's the power of the Valkyrie now. Alberelli finishes off Suzu here, and that's going to be
so
303 Academy going down. We are now down to 16 squads, 45 players remaining. Team Liquid, currently the kill leaders in the lobby, as Third Impact are trying to get back into this one right now, but you can see the thirst. They're trying to go for it. Ballon G will be able to finish off ASCII. He needs to get one more up, but the EMP coming in as well. Applejacks were able to get Duke back into this as they are fighting here on the northwest side of the zone. Bubble's going down very shortly here, but he's able to at least get the med kit off. Slide behind cover as well. Still getting tagged from behind, though, as he's trying to rejoin his squad. Stuck here on the low ground. There's multiple teams currently in the area right now, even a port there to their north. Looks like they want to try and turn their focus there, but from behind, Dupe gets hit up by Zara Tricky with that charge rifle. I think Applejacks are in a tough spot. Na'Vi now making the push for this van once again, as Kuya does a lot of damage, but he does go down to Third Impact. There should be only a duo, and as Jazz falls, that's going to be Na'Vi recovering and getting the res onto Kuya.
Yeah, and he's yeeting multiple armors over there, so you could have your pick. You could even have an armor swap there if you need to. As we see what Razor's doing. Great shots coming in from Serial. as they're going to take down Tech Candy as well and pick up a couple of kills along the way. Madness, he gets the kill lead though with 5 overall. We saw him get the first initial kill, I believe, onto Senpai to start things off as Navi continues to heat up. That's going to be Kupski going down, and all hell breaking loose as this dome circle starts to get a little bit heated. Z Davis trying to stay alive here on Team Flashpoint, doing a great job sliding through, hitting and connecting with double 60s. Will he hit a battery throughout all this? No, he's going to dip out, chuck up the deuce, and hit some cells over towards the side. I love that play from Z Davis. Great shots with the bow check.
Yeah, Z Davis or Z Legolas here. He's still considering going for this, but it's either Gibraltar hobbling back, and he might be able to hit the res on this one, but the longer it takes, there's the opportunity for that fast res on the other side. But it looks like instead he's gonna allow him to get the res off and then go for the peak. And oh my goodness, 150 with that. Z Davis leaves him one shot and will take him out. Z Davis clutches up for Flashpoint now. We are down to 6 squads and he still needs to get finicky back into this. Don't know if there's a mobile respawn beacon available for him, but he is getting tagged up now as he's trying to pick up anything here. Does get the armor swap at the very least, and he's carrying now behind that truck. It looks like he will be able to recover. It was Pandas quite possibly that was peeking on over to try and finish him off, and he does get that full heal, and now he'll stick the res.
Had an opportunity to team with Z Davis. His strength was always predicting where the zones were going to be and having some great shot calling. That was one of the better individual clips I've ever seen him pull off. I mean, nasty, nasty plays, especially against a heated up Na'Vi team. So getting Flashpoint right back into this one as he gets finicky back into it. But you're right, Jamerson, they need to get that res onto Kupski. This is going to be tough. They're not going to be able to get out of here unless they Valkyrie out. And oh no, they did it in the zone, and where Team Intel was waiting. Intel, hello. You're taking a lot of zone damage here, boys. All right, there you go. 6. He's dipping out of there, but they could get gate kept. They're running directly over towards the dome area. Fortunately for them, Pandas has already owned this real estate.
Yeah, there was a lot of fighting here, and we saw it getting whittled down. Na'Vi, Third Impact, so many teams were already over here. And so Team Intel felt relatively safe to go for this. Looks like Prodigy Aces, he was one of the squads, Team Cheez It were fighting over this region, and he's still riding this one out on the Tomcat Ratcam. So that does mean our other 4 squads are full and healthy. That should be Team Liquid, Team Razor. We've got hundreds of squad as well getting pinched by Team Liquid right now. They have a beautiful crossfire being set up, but Nocturnal has to be careful. He's getting flanked from either side by Team Intel right now. 6 does have him pinned down, but he can't push because of Pop-Tarts. And now Team Liquid are regrouping. Albralele will join Nocturnal there on the high ground. It looks like a mobile respawn beacon going down for them as well to provide a little bit more coverage. And now Flanker's the one caught out in the middle of nowhere. Does have to back off, and he'll remain safe for now as Prodigy Aces, he's been spotted and he will go down shortly. He gets finished off by Team Pop-Tarts. It's the top 4 squads remaining here.
And there it is. Got a rotor problem. Call up Tomcat. They'll get it handled for you. Intel with a nice spray. That's going to be Nocturnal going down. 6 also tosses a defensive bombardment. Perfectly angled as well as scans are going to come over towards the side. That's going to be Team Pop-Tarts trying to hold things off. And it looks like Liquid elects to take to the sky to avoid that defensive bombardment. So utility for utility, ult for ult right there as Liquid's trying to pull off these back-to-back wins. But Team Intel, with their priority positioning right now, is looking so well. And no, unfortunate for Team Liquid. They tried to land on top of the eggshell, but they just couldn't.
They have like almost no HP. You can see Albralele with a sliver and has the 125 of that red Evo shield. But Team Intel now are going to push this fight. They know that it's a duo. Albralele has gone down and Team Liquid are out. Intel take them out. We've hit our top 3 squads, and this is going to be quite the end zone. Ring closing in now. They might be committed onto one side if they don't get to the edge there. Looting up as they are making their way on out. You can see Pop-Tarts still alive. Team Razor, I believe, are out now, and so that's going to leave hundreds of squad as the 3rd pushing up. They have a lot of coverage to work with here on this side, and they can hope that Team Pop-Tarts and the other squad face off first so they can come in for the 3rd party.
Pop-Tarts trying to pull off a win during Pop-Tarts week. That would be absolutely huge. It'd be their first win of their week over here, and Intel trying to shut him down. Intel has owned Dome for quite some time. You saw them double back, hit some third parties, come through, drop Team Liquid over towards the side. So they've been picking up some kill points, feeling pretty solid. But they are sandwiched in between both of these teams. So we'll see exactly how they want to elect to play this one. We all know the situation right here. You want to be the last team to that party, and you don't have your defensive bombardment right now. If you're 6, you use that to try to take down Team Liquid over towards the side. So this is a weird situation to be in. The bubble is going to be extremely huge right here. Obviously, Stomps is on that Gibraltar for Team Pop-Tarts too. So it really comes down to these two players and how they want to elect to go in advance as this zone starts to close.
Now, the zone seems to be closing just at the lip of Dome there, so they might have the time to just slowly walk in with this one. Pop-Tarts will be one of the first teams forced out of cover. It looks like they'll have something to work with, though, try and leapfrog their way on up. As you can see, scans for scans being answered from either side now as Pop-Tarts go for the peek onto Hierarchy Squad now, and things are about to get hectic here. The slow ring coming up. Taking a look at the utility, Impulse does have the Beast of the Hunt to work with here as right now he's getting some decent shots off and trying to keep check of Team Intel. He should be popping that Beast of the Hunt very shortly here. We've also got the portal for Lucas if he wants to try and set up a cross angle as well. He has not elected to use it quite yet, but again, it's going to come down to these domes. It's going to come down to these defensive bombardments right now. Team Intel holding either side of their exit. As you can see, the ring slowly closing in behind them as Panders and Metro will be playing one side, 6 on the other here. Neither teams, or none of the teams, have taken that much damage yet.
Here comes zone, does start to move, and I have a lot of, faith in Team Pop-Tarts throughout this situation. I want to see Lucas pull off some sort of play, but like we're talking about, it does kind of reside on Stomp's back right now, but that's an early bubble. They were not wanting to throw the bubble that early, and there's the pressure that you were talking about from the two teams and Team Intel playing the edge of this eggshell. This is the perfect situation to be in right now. 6 is the last person to play his bubble. Huge advantage to Team Intel.
Yeah, they're just waiting now to see the knocks. They're already in position to pick up a lot of these kills as well. And Team Intel bide their time, and they understand the situation that they are in. As the last team to engage is the team that's going to win, and that was Team Intel.
You love to see it from Team Intel. Unfortunately for Team Pop-Tarts, you called it. You looked at the zone. You saw exactly the situation. Once you have to start to push in right there, it's tough. Even though Team Intel is directly in the middle and they're in the meat of that sandwich, they had that slow side of the zone and they played it perfectly. Again, the last player to put their dome down, the last Gibby to use their utility is typically the team that's going to win. I don't even think they needed to do that. They just waited for all of that aftermath to take place, come through with the cleanup. Great job by Team Intel.
Yeah, congratulations, Team Intel, for taking game number 2. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name's Lucas, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts. Don't even need to be toasted. Perfect right out of the package. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Hey, what's up? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts.
My name's Lucas.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and if I could make any Pop-Tart flavor,
it would have to be creme brulee because that is my favorite dessert.
I would create sweet potato pie.
I'd do a strawberry cheesecake. You see, you grab the strawberry frosting, you throw it on top, and the filling's just straight cheesecake.
I grow them on my farm. They're nice and delectable, and on Thanksgiving, instead of making the pie, you just eat a Pop-Tart.
It's like my favorite dessert, and if I had that in a snack form, oh, we'd be set for life.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo! Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Back here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio. 2 games in the book there, and a great finish from Team Intel. The Pop-Tarts boys getting into that final 3, but the patience from Team Intel allows them to get that third party and get the win in our second game of the day. So good on them. We'll have to see how the standings shake out on our Mobile One leaderboard after our next break. But let's check out our post-game stats here for the second game of the day. Obviously, 6 leading the way there for Team Intel. This is a squad that's trying to continue the momentum they have had since their sponsored week. They had a great performance that week, looking to keep things rolling as they try to chase down the likes of Team Razor, Team Cheez-Its, and Team Applejacks in that top 4 battle. So they're trying to close that gap as quickly as they can. Panders does grab kill leader for that second game, 5 kills for him. But Alberlele of Team Liquid keeping it rolling. They had a great first game. We got to see Nocturnal putting on a clinic with the Sentinel and the Kraber, but TL got to get things going again here. They were a strong team in the first game, were able to grab that win. We'll see if they can keep it going and try and chase down Team Razor that had 13 kills in their first game of the day. So that's a strong start. It actually gave them the lead despite finishing in second in game number 1. So it's going to be a tight contest at the top of our leaderboard. Almost 2,000 damage for Alberlele in that second game. TL looking like a strong contender here tonight. We'll have to see how things shake out with our third game when we return with Jamerson and T-Squared.
I play Wraith, and I am the Team IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. My go-to gun combo this season is R301 EVA. I like the R301 because it's got a high damage output and can be used at mid-range and even long range. And I prefer the EVA over the Mastiff now because the DPS is far higher, and the EVA carries 8 shots rather than 6.
Finishing off 303, it seems. As Pop-Tarts now coming in for the third party, taking out VFL Hunter and Mo Chances. They squad to secure a thirst there. Now as Team Pop-Tarts find another fight. Rambo on the other side of this one. Pringles are about to go down. Drop down into a 2v1 as Team Pop-Tarts should be able to finish this one off. And they will.
One thing about us is we can either adapt depending on the lobby, but our go-to play style is an edge team. We like to go around the edge and fight teams. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Whew. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we...
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 2, we had Team Intel taking the win. So we'll see how far they climb up the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand now after 2 games here in Pro Night. And Team Intel are able to claw their way into 3rd place now, 21 points overall. Looks like Team Razor weren't able to get much done at all in game number 2. So they're still standing with 22 points, and it's Team Liquid now taking the lead in 1st place with 32 points overall.
And Team Pop-Tarts right there, though, they're not that far behind during Pop-Tarts week. They're having a better day than they did on our open day, which is pretty interesting. They weren't that far behind as this continues to populate. But 2 Brains, 1 Controller, Team Pringles, Team Applejacks, those are the rest of these games. So 4 more remaining, obviously all still on World's Edge over here. But Team Liquid looking really strong. I mean, they've been right in there in both of these games. We're seeing some really good mix of play styles coming through. Everybody kind of playing really well in terms of their tracking and their shooting and their decision making. So we'll see what happens as Team Intel has been popping off in game number 2, and you can see how much they actually need to pop off as we take a look at our overall leaderboard. And man, Jamerson, it was a 13 point race, and then it was a 7-point race between Razor, Applejacks, and Cheez-It. And now Razor's starting to widen the gap a little bit. They have a 31-point lead on Team Cheez-It, but Applejacks with only a 5-point lead.
Yeah, the third and fourth spots there for relegation, or to avoid relegation, is still up. As you can see, Team Cheez and Team Intel, they're not too far away. Team Cheez is definitely one of the closer ones, and Team Intel are not out of it quite yet, especially with the performances that they've been having over the past few weeks, getting better and better. But is it too late? Well, we still have, I believe, 2 weeks after this week. And so that's where you can put up 100 points maybe per day or 100 points per week and slowly start to catch up. And these are really important. Remember, the top 4 teams are the ones that will qualify for season 3. Then everyone else will be back to relegations and have to play through qualifiers once again. We know the number of hungry teams that are out there that still want to compete in Series E.
Definitely. I mean, Lonely Fans is one of the teams that kind of comes to mind. They're sitting number 1 in terms of points for our open teams. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 High Performance moment of game number 2 and find out exactly who gets the crown right here. It's going to be Z Davis getting his first Mobile 1 High Performance moment, and rightfully so. I mean, look at this double 60 for the 120 right there. Not only that, falls back, does a little bit of a dip out right there, comes right back, gets the res, wins the 1v1. Throughout all of that. I mean, I guess it was a 1v2, but Finicky only had about 20 HP. So great job here by Z Davis.
Yeah, that animation was just absolutely perfect. Peace, I'm out of here. But yeah, you can see the difference. I mean, he sticks the res, and I was thinking maybe the Gibraltar, if he had the dome, he just goes for the fast res, and then they try to beat him on terms of priority. But as he goes for that peak, Z Davis swings wide with that volt, does 150 damage, and just needs to hit that one last bow check shot to finish him off. And there he goes. Even with the leg shot, finishes him and secures that. But we saw so much fighting taking place over that truck. And it was ultimately Team Intel, I believe, that were able to come in for the cleanup after this as well. And then just have that entire side free for them to ultimately win out the game.
I love the way that Z Davis played this one. You're right. It's the perfect way to get out of that one. But it was a little bit scary when Finicky went down. I was like, whoa, Finicky's not going to heal throughout all this. But one of the most important things that Z Davis does here is he challenges with Finicky. I mean, obviously he goes and pushes out and doesn't heal throughout all of this. I mean, he has a little bit of full HP, but for me, I'm surprised Finicky doesn't back off bubble immediately. But the way that Finicky was able to execute the bubble here was really important. If they wanted to fall back and kind of just ADS or just wait and hip fire throughout all of this, they would have had the advantage. So there's a lot of different layers to this play, which makes it the high performance moment. But really, that's that sliding 60-60 right there with the bow check. That was a lot of fun to watch. But Flashpoint still not able to, have all 3 members alive. They haven't been able to utilize this crypto the way that they wanted to. And they were in position right there over towards the dome side. So Team Intel takes advantage of that and gets a lot of kill points. They were able to, I think, have 2 or 3 different third parties, and then they come through with the final third party to win the game.
All right, here we are heading into game number 3 right now on board with, it looks like Team Intel, the winners of game number 2, currently in 3rd place with 21 points overall. They will have thermal, and it looks like it was largely uncontested as well for them. And so they'll be able to pick up a lot of loot throughout all of this. Still chasing after Team Liquid, who are currently in 1st place with 32 points, but really made up some ground. And with, I think, our top 2 teams not having like the biggest games there in game number 2 did open up the crowd. Before there was a pretty big difference between the rest of the lobby now, but we do have a decent middle of the pack spread heading into game number 3.
He's not going to rock double bow check right here. I'm a little disappointed, 6, honestly. Let's see what the setup's going to end up being and where the zone ends up pulling right here, as it's obviously not over towards the thermal side. And oh man, Jamerson, they have a trek, and you can see at the top of your screen, CLG looks like they're meeting up with a little bit of a squad. So let's go ahead and click on those guys and see who CLG's fighting over towards that north side of the map.
I believe it's always Senpai and them contesting them right now. Applejacks, oh, Tempest got the first knock. And CLG losing out on one more as well, I believe, as Vayne falls. And CLG are out. Here's Applejacks, though, making their push now. And this is how they've been doing it. But Dupe was caught behind, and he's forced to bubble already. And now they're falling back. And we know if this fight takes too long, 303 Academy will be waiting in the wings, ready to rotate now. Another 20 seconds or so, and it looks like they're already in place. have to back away, but the fight has been brought to them. As you can see, being challenged in the middle of tree. The bubble has been forced out from the other squad, as well as Aves is holding the angle. They're trying to back away. Dupe is getting hunted down. He's brought down to about 10 HP. Here's Renegades losing out on one. They trade 2 for 1, though, as Bowser barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Rollers tries to go for the challenge now and does get a knock, but he will not survive as he falls. And Renegades, now, they'll be able to win out on this 50-50. That's 2 times now in the last 3 games. The last game, in game number 2, I believe both teams disengaged and did not take a full fight.
That's huge for Team Cheez-It, who is sitting, what, 6-7 points behind Team Applejacks right now. So they could take over that spot and put Applejacks into the 4th spot. The 5th spot, which would be that relegation spot right on the bubble. So great job there by, I believe it was Pau coming through with the final cleanup, but mainly it was Bowser who was doing so much damage, just dodging behind that knockdown shield that Saucer had, and made things so much more difficult for Team Applejacks. And you can see they're not interested in continuing to fight here. They don't have the position. I believe that's most likely going to be 303 Academy on their heels.
Yeah, they're right on top of them as well, and Saucer has already used his Q. They're backing up to the fence position right now, and so this might be a good recovery for them. And yeah, you can see 303 Academy not full sending quite yet, but they're ready to go as the missiles do come down. Saucer did a decent amount of damage, though, as a lot of utility is being expended by 303 Academy here, and they're not getting much off of it as well. And that's going to allow Renegades to just full heal up. And here come more nades. They're committing so much onto this. They need to get this team fight win. Saucer is forced to heal up along with Pau, and Bowser once again coming up huge for the team. But we do have a push from either side. Here on the low ground is 303 Academy. Already got the knock onto Pau, but it's traded back down to the 2v2. But the HV advantage is here for 303 as they bring it down to the 1v3. And Saucer will not survive here as 303 Academy. They committed a lot of nades into this, but they did get the win and pick up the +3.
Was that the unlimited grenade glitch? That was absolutely insane, the amount of nades and resources they had right there. Not only that, the flank was perfect. The timing was amazing right there. And every single player from Renegades, you could see it's like, oh, there's a nade, I'm going to dodge it. But then you look and it's like, wait, how did my teammates get hit by that? And then all of a sudden it's like the same thing over and over again. Every single one of those grenades hit for a little bit of damage right there, which is huge because you're getting information on not only how much damage you're doing, what kind of shields that they have. The Bloodhound scans were perfectly timed too. I'm really impressed with that push from 303 Academy.
And now we're on board with Team Rice Krispies, who have made their way into Skyhook. The ring should be ending here. And there's a lot of buildings. Even though we're down to 17 squads already, action should slow down a bit. As I say that, though, Nash almost went down, and they are playing in the smack dab middle of Skyhook now with the ultimate high ground here. I'd be surprised if anyone challenges that this early on with still so many teams alive.
Yeah, it would be an absolute grief right now. They need to just continue to try to charge these Evo shields up, especially Nesh, since he's feeling pretty weak on that gray armor. But the wingman with 106 shots is great here because you should be able to, lay down a decent amount of shots through the entire game. And then by the time that, zone number 4, 5, and 6 come, you're still going to have around 50, 60 shots overall. So that's the perfect situation to be in right there. Is speaking of good situations to be in, holy cow, Pringles, double gold armor, purple armor here, sitting pretty inside of this tunnel. But which team is over towards the side? It looks like they're interested over towards their southeast, but pings are going down all over the place.
Yeah, Team Pringles, they'll have a lot of options here. Even though they've got the Valkyrie, they've also got the balloon to work off of if they need to get out of here. And so they'll have 2 options if they need to move. But if they could just control the tunnel for now, they'll have access to the western side, which will be leading over towards Skyhook, of course. And we know that with the 17 teams remaining, they're making the move now. This is surprising. So maybe they're just a little bit worried about the pressure here, and they're going to go for a rotate now, as looks like, no, it's just a flight path coming out from Fury just to get a little bit of scouting information before they commit to anything.
Yeah, there's no harm in going up the rope and just gathering intel there. I like that, as Bronzy's actually going to get a knock onto Finicky. Mercy's going to answer right back with a Spitfire onto Z Davis. That's going to be Flashpoint. Looking fairly weak now. You only have the Crypto alive. That is you know, the ideal situation, obviously, to have the crypto alive, but you don't want to be losing to your teammates for nothing right there. Is Pringles, they're not going to really be doing much. I mean, they're going to be locking this down. They're still in the next zone. So I don't feel like, you know, they're going to do anything too crazy as we see a team that does have to make some moves. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix. They have pings going down over towards the choke area. And that's where Cubsky's hiding out. So Cubsky's going to try to pick up these banners with the drone if he gets lucky. But all three players are sitting towards the box. I don't know if that's even possible right now.
Yeah, they could take their time here. It's round one just closing up as well. And round two, the ring, not too far away from them as well. And looks like they might just camp this one. They're really under no pressure right now as Charlotte Phoenix. They tried to play center zone, and they saw how difficult it can be to defend throughout all of that. And so they're electing to play this one a little bit slower. And they were coming from Sorting Factory, I believe, or they drop over at Frag. I forget right now. It's actually escaping me. And so this time around, they're just going to slow wait this one out, and they are completely just camping the banners. Let's go ahead and take a look around and see if anyone was able to pick up the ring information with us. On board with Team Rockstar, who it looks like they have a nice safe building here in Skyhook, but because they have been here in center zone, they're still sitting on white armors.
Exactly. It's all about getting into Skyhook right here, because if you don't own a building, you're getting gate capped and you're forced to take fights over towards the outside, which means you're going to consistently get third-partied. And not only that, you're facing against other pro teams here. This isn't our open day where you can just run around and kind of do whatever you want. Such a different play style here. I mean, yesterday when we were, you weren't here, Jamerson, but casting with Vicky, you know how these open days go. I mean, we were down to like 12 teams at this point, maybe 10 teams. It was just absolutely brutal to watch. Teams were running around. Razor started to catch their momentum and do what Razor does. I mean, game number, I think 3 and 4, they won back-to-back games, and they went nutty in terms of kills. I think after 4 games, they had 83 points. That's how fast-paced things were. So completely different style here. As you see, Tempest, he did get the triple kill off screen a little bit earlier, so he's sitting pretty with that kill lead, 400 damage as well. But even with that triple kill, still only has blue armor.
Yeah, it looks like he did the majority of the damage. And Nesh hits Oi Senpai. Will Na'Vi push up off their position, though? Doesn't look like it. It's really dangerous, really risky to do so. As you can see, the scan, it's 5 hostiles on that one. So there is someone below Na'Vi, and they don't want to lose out on that spot inside the middle of Skyhook for now. And Oi Senpai, 2 damage off. Does he go for the peek to try and hit a bat? No, he's going to slow heal this one with the cells.
Yeah, bats are just a little bit too valuable here, and great shot there from Na'Vi over towards the top side of Skyhook area. I'm surprised that Trial didn't troll him a little bit and maybe throw the bounce pad down onto Senpai while he was on the ground and threw him up in the air, though. But nice shots with the scout coming through. That's going to help charge things up a little bit quicker over here. And Tempest now finally hit that purple armor, so he's feeling pretty good about the situation. And there it is. I love to see it. The scout in the hands of Trial. He's going to say, all right, give that to me. I'm going to charge this thing up for you, and immediately does it.
Yep, so from rags to riches here, it was 1 blue and 2 whites, now sitting on 1 purple and 2 blues. So much better, especially playing here in the center for now. Their economy still a little bit struggling. You can see Tempest is sitting on a stack and a half of heavy ammo. But round 2 is closing up. We've got a minute left before the next ring does reveal itself. And Rockstar are still just poking away, trying to get these shields evolved up. Team Pringles, the fight is coming towards them, and they still need to hold their ground here. They want to have a lot of this tunnel to themselves, but they're giving up a lot of ground. Phony dropping all the way back to the rest of his team, as whatever squad that is taking a position there. And so now they're cutting off the avenues of rotates that Team Pringles could have used, but they still have that tunnel on the west side that they can utilize if they need to get out, along with that balloon and the Valkyrie escape if they so need to use it. But as you can see, the majority of the server is here inside Skyhook proper.
Great overlook over Skyhook right there. One of the things that's pretty underrated about World's Edge and just all of the maps really in general is how clean it is. No litter bugs. None of these legends, they're all earth friendly. So you look in a major city like Skyhook, you expect there to be some sort of trash bags laying around, or maybe one of those sewers that are steaming. But nothing like that in Skyhook. Very clean look right there of the map. But Pringles, resident sleeper over here. Let's go ahead and switch on over to somebody else. They are going to be doing absolutely nothing for quite some time. I mean, that's just how these skyhook zones go. The best thing to do right now would be look at some of these Valkyrie squads potentially that could be flying in over towards skyhook, because everybody that is going to be in here, they're just going to coexist. And you do have Third Impact fighting it out with Team Liquid over towards the side. So those are some of our edge teams that like to fight out. If we could see what's going on with Third Impact, that would be huge, because I don't think Pringles is going to do anything. Navi, I think we had some other teams over towards where they're shooting at too. So this is what we love to see. The rotations, the teams that have to make desperate plays that weren't able to be in the zone. It looks like that's going to be Charlotte Phoenix. They're flying in over towards the building. Mercy's going to take a lot of damage, but they do find a safe building. Nice job by Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, they bide their time. They do get in. It looks like Third Impact are over here on the northeast side of Skyhook now, ready to push. I wonder if that's Team Liquid above them. They got the thirst onto Nocturnal, and there's the scan, and looks like they are ready to try and go up. Zeki did trade some damage. It was about equal amounts, as looks like DWT are getting pushed as 2 Brains 1 Controller. They trade for 1. Hierarchy will not be able to survive. 2 Brains 1 Controller now getting third party. You can see the instant punch coming out from this other squad as Slurpee tries to go for the peak himself. Backs away, leaving Tech to hold the stairs, as Tech himself has backed away. Beautiful shot with that Eva 8, but now it's 303, getting the knock onto Slurpee as Charlotte Phoenix are coming in for this as well. Peach getting finished off, and 2 Brains 1 Controller do not make it to the top 15. Navi still in a beautiful position here on the highest of grounds in Skyhook, getting some free damage off from distance as Third Impact are now finishing this push on to Team Liquid. Alberlele has gone down, leaving just Flanker alive.
This is what happens when the first fight breaks down in Skyhook. Everybody starts to filter in, get ready for the third party. They know the situation, they know the armors. They've been waiting for these teams for quite some time. And if you're Navi, you're loving what you're seeing. More teams dying, more opportunities to get some kills. But not only that, the zone continuously starts to pull over towards central Skyhook. So most likely it'll continue to pull up towards that very north-hand side. So the team that comes out of the train tunnel is going to have a pretty solid positioning. And I think that's what Pringles' thought process was. By sitting in there the entire time, they're going to make the late rotation throughout there and hold that area. And you can see also the train area is in too, so it can continue to pull that way. And it'd be very interesting to see. But there's Third Impact making their move over here, getting over towards the bottom, and it looks like scans are coming through. So it's going to slow things down. One player over at the door will ball on spot that. He's actually just right on the opposite side of this wall.
Flanker does get finished off. Bambino is able to find him out. So Team Liquid are out now. Team Liquid were the leaders heading into game number 3 here with 32 points overall. It didn't seem like they got any kill points either. So it's just going to be the 1 placement point for them. And so that's going to allow other squads to start catching up. As 303 Academy now pushing from the south side of Skyhook here. They do have a team. Gate kept behind them inside this tunnel. Bubbles have been used as escape. Pushes on through. Kaflon gets that knock onto stops, and that's going to be Team Pop-Tarts going down. 303 instantly swiveling to check their back, and they got this team fight win at the absolute right time, giving them a minute to just reset and then catch their bearings here and really try to apply some pressure onto the teams that are trying to gatekeep them, but they should be able to walk in this one for free. There's still 55 seconds left. They'll be able to get another bubble up for this rotate.
And 303 Academy flattened them like some Pop-Tarts right there. They didn't really stand a chance with just 2 players, making that one look fairly easy, but I've been impressed with 303 Academy. I mean, the aggression that they had on Renegades earlier was very well executed. You can see how confident they are in the way that they move. But right now, they have their work cut out for them, because this continued to pull at that north side like we were anticipating. And one of the teams that had the best rotations through all that was Charlotte Phoenix. They took that priority building, and they're going to be rewarded big time. Train Station is still in. Navi's in a great spot being top center as well. You can anticipate all these teams basically coexisting over towards that middle area. You're going to have a lot of teams playing the fence, teams playing the bottom area. I think there's like 3 or 4 legs that are over towards that middle Skyhook area. There's going to be teams underneath every single one of those. And now you're going to see where 303 Academy is making their play from. This is a tough spot to be in. You can see already the triple layer cake that's happening. Teams on the second layer right there. And then Charlotte Phoenix. Keep your eyes on where them and Pringles are. Pringles and Charlotte Phoenix have the best spot right now.
303 Academy getting ready to make this push. Now they'll have a bubble in just a moment as well, as Kaflon now pushing up from behind. He's biding his time, and they are not aware, but he misses his first shot. Goes for a second as he backs up now. And take a look. 303 Academy and entering from so many ways, but it's going to be Tempest to get the first knock. Escape going down. Kaflon will go for the repeat here, but he's now burning down to the thermite ring, pressuring them. And 303 Academy are about to go down to Team Razor. We're surviving here as a duo, but that leaves them very little time to try and go for this rotate now. EMP even slowing them as Zera Tricky throws this bubble last moment as well. Barely surviving for now. Will get the fast res onto Serial. But you can see Na'Vi here from the high ground keeping an eye on them, as it looks like they are picking up a lot of kills from this position now, as they will be able to finish them off. 7 squads remaining, 19 players left, as Na'Vi are still kings of the high ground. But with this ring pull, looks like they have a sliver of the tower to work with on this next ring, along with a little bit of that leg.
Yeah, this is pretty OP. Plus, there's a little, you see these blue boxes, the blue crates that are hanging from the high ground right there. Those are extremely underrated, but they're just so annoying to deal with. A lot of teams will go and play that to get that little extra sliver of the top center area. So Na'Vi is in a fantastic spot. And you see where the rest of these players are valuing, which is directly below them. 303 has split the second level. You have, I believe, Rice Krispie Treats directly down towards the bottom. We talked about a team playing the fence. It's actually just Kupski ratting it out. And then you have Team Pringles in Charlotte Phoenix still with these priority positions over towards the building on the north side and the train station.
Now, what I'm wondering is what Na'Vi's economy looks like, because they've been up here on the tower, and that means generally you're not able to just secure much loot. It looks like a port was used to try and hit up those death boxes, but they're getting pressured by Rice Krispies throughout all of that. But looks like they'll be safe to try and get some loot on over. And yeah, like you said, Tom, they might have to commit down and drop down onto those blue bins, but avoiding a lot of the fighting on the ground will prove valuable as well. Train station, it's hard to tell from our map if it's in, but if it is, that'll be a very valuable spot, as this next ring is closing, and the final ring will be the slow ring that slowly closes behind them. Kupski does get finished off by Nesh. He does get some value for his squad, making top 7.
Nice job right there from both of these Valkyries, actually. And we're wondering about resources. 3 batteries just got dropped on the ground like it was absolutely nothing, and they finally pushed that player off the high ground. So that's key. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them play that blue crate like we were talking about. We have another player over towards the fence, as we were thinking about, but here it is. There's the play. They are actually in. They don't have to play the blue crate, and they can just stay up here sitting pretty as this next zone is going to finally close. Pay attention to where that actually is. They do have a little bit of a trek to make, but they should be fine. I mean, what are the options here, Jamerson? I would almost consider taking to the skies and just flying in a circle here, similar to the old Pathfinder zipline.
Yeah, we haven't seen those in quite some time, but that is definitely an option for Na'Vi. They have a number of kills, and so placements will be super important for them at this point. Large majority of the squads are basically here on the south side of the ring, as you can see. Whatever team that is that's playing inside the train station, and they'll be happy to see all the squads kind of scrambling out of this middle tower at first. Na'Vi just poking and prodding. The biggest issue for them is going to be that team across the ways over at train station. If they do try to go for that animation, if they line up this correctly, they shouldn't take too much damage at all when they go for that Valkyrie ultimates. But it's just about playing this one right. And right now, they're doing a great job of just biding their time. It's still going to be about another minute before this ring starts closing. Let's take a check-in with the other squads that might be here. There we go. Never mind, the ring is closing now, and so they have to make the call here. It's Nestle on the northern side. They have creeped their way up into the center of the zone, pressuring the squad over by the train station now, as Na'Vi are going to commit to the low ground here. Nesh getting knocked out of that bubble by a nade. They do pick up a couple of kills, 303 getting taken out, but Nesh is not going to be able to recover his squad. The bubble's already been used, and they are out in top 5. Nestle still alive here. They have great coverage behind this wall as well, and GS Bird picked up one of those kills. So Rice Krispies are alive. I believe maybe Charlotte Phoenix are still alive in this one as well.
I was hoping to see them take flight right there and go around in circles, because you could be wasting a lot of time, and then you land somewhere, you watch where these teams are fighting. You could land directly where the fight is, throw your bubble down, and get crazy with it, but Nestle Splash, they've been playing this one very methodically, and you love to see all 3 players alive right here. They're on the opposite side of the fence, which is huge value. Team Pringles is doing the same thing, playing this fence in this little bit of a crease inside of where the head glitch is. But it's time to advance here. Presley's going to have to use his bubble here very shortly as the zone is going to be closing out. Great job of using the utility against that enemy Gibraltar bubble as well, and good wingman shots too. But there it is, it's time. Bubble has to come down because of the defensive requirements there, and they're going to have to make their way on the opposite side of the bubble. It's triple bubble!
Now the bubbles as they go down, you can see Fury trying his best and a little bit of high ground, but Charlotte Phoenix forcing out the fight on top of them. And now Nestle Pure Life versus Charlotte Phoenix, as Charlotte Phoenix should be well and healthy, but it's going to be Nestle that take the ultimate win here in game number 3.
Let's go, Nestle Splash. You love to see it. I mean, when they're all 3 running together, when they're all 3 using teamwork, they have what it takes. And yes, it's the pro day. I don't think Nestle Splash is going to be one of these teams that are running around dropping 15, 20 kills. That's the way that they have to play this one. They have to get into the zone, wait for their opportunities, and get kills when the end game is closing. And you could still get big games off that, 20, 25 points, something along those lines. I don't know if it was a huge game for Nestle Splash, but just getting the dub is absolutely crucial. I mean, they're sitting in I think 9th place overall for all of our partnered teams. They haven't had the best season 2 overall. Maybe this is what they need to get the juices flowing a little bit.
And importantly, a lot of our lobby leaders went down fairly early here in game number 3. And so that leaves the field wide open for a lot of the middle of the pack teams to catch up. But that does mean that we have hit halftime. So we're going to take a break. And when we get back, we'll have the second half of SeriesE Pro Night after this.
Hey guys, my name's Stoms. I'm a Gibraltar main, and I'm our Fight IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. And I prefer using the Scout Mastiff in team fights. The Scout's your mid-long range. It's kind of the best of both worlds. And then the Mastiff's just nasty up close and bub fights.
On 1, but it looks like Team Razor are able to recover here, and so we're back down to a 3v3. The full push out from Pop-Tarts as they push the low. Huge damage with that PK, but they lose out on impulse. Teams here, as it looks like Team Liquid are getting pushed by Pop-Tarts.
We mainly land Geyser for ALGS, GLL, or even our open nights at Esports Arena. It has the best of both worlds in terms of rotations and loot. We take the 2 no-name POIs next to Geyser and sorting. We just kind of take that whole section of the map to ourselves. Now on Pro Night, we go to Overlook, so we don't have to get test EU teams like 303, or if any team wants to land there. That way we have still the best of both worlds with our no-name and quick rotations out. Go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio as we continue Pro Night here during Pop-Tarts Week. Great finish to that last game and a crazy, claustrophobic final circle there where we see Team Nestle Splash coming out on top, able to finish off Charlotte Phoenix and take that 3rd game. Great performance from them. This is another team similar to Team Intel that I mentioned earlier that had a strong performance during their sponsor week and is just trying to keep that going. It's been a rough season for your Nestle Splash, but do love to see them coming out and grabbing a game here today. So good on them. We'll have to see if that can keep rolling. Meanwhile, we're going to keep having to keep track of Team SeriesE. This is a squad that has finally started to get a bit of a foothold in that top 4. They're trying to hold on to it as obviously Teams Cheez-Its and Apple Jacks are breathing down their neck as the season comes to a close. 2 more weeks after this week, and every single point counts. Let's check out our post-game stats here. We got them cumulative here for the day so far, and it is Team SeriesE still holding the lead. Strong day from them. They obviously had a great performance in game 1 with 13 kills there. They're just trying to keep that rolling and see if finally we could see the team carry some momentum through Tuesday and Wednesday. We talked about it earlier with Team Rice Krispies Treats being the first of our partnered squads to take a pro night this season. Team SeriesE trying to be the second and trying to be the first team to take 2 consecutive days. We have not seen that at all this season, but Team SeriesE showing up, trying to carry the momentum they had from Tuesday night. Zeratricky leads the way, 9 kills so far today, and then no surprise, we got Albert Lely over here, almost 4,000 damage from him. TL has looked really strong tonight. They took the first game of the day. We'll have to see if they can keep it rolling though. Games 2 and 3, not as strong from the Liquid squad, but they continue to frag well. Albert Lely still pumping out the damage here, so we'll have to keep an eye on TL and see if they can challenge Team SeriesE and make grabbing that number 1 spot excuse me, a lot more difficult. Now, I do want to raffle off a spot on Deal or Steal. I mentioned at the top of the day, if you guys want to get in on the fun, you just got to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. If you do, you'll have a shot to win this raffle and try and win one of our awesome prizes with me. I got stuff going from Pop-Tarts and Pringles snack packs. I got multiple different Apex coins prizes, a bunch of Esports Arena swag, some SeriesE stuff, and even an Xbox Series X on the table. You can win one of those prizes if you're lucky enough to win the raffle and come and play Deal or Steal with me. So let's check out and see who our next winner to come and play Deal or Steal with me is going to be. Let's roll the raffle here in just a moment. I also want to hear from you guys in chat. Who do you think is going to take the win tonight? Are you on the Team SeriesE train? Do you think TL comes back? Who is your choice? Well, let's see who won the raffle. It is Hot Atlanta. So congratulations, Hot Atlanta. Thank you so much for supporting everything we're doing here at Esports Arena as SeriesE continues. That is going to do it for halftime here, but don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to go to a break, but when we come back, 3 more games to close out Pop-Tarts week here on SeriesE.
I've never had a different gamer tag from Farmer Lucas. I've had it since way back when I first started playing video games and started with Minecraft. Yeah, when I was younger, I used to ride horses and work out on a farm where we kept our own horses. And so Farmer Lucas, I just kind of combined farmer because at one time I wanted to be one, and my name. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Whew. Alright, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for SeriesE?
Yes, absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
Shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Game number 3 had Nestle Pure Life taking the win, and with a lot of our lobby leaders going down a bit earlier on in game number 3, that left the field wide open. So let's see if anyone was able to creep up on the leaderboard, on the mobile one leaderboard. Taking a glance at that, Team Razor are now in the lead in first place with 35 points. Team Liquid in second place with 33, but after that dub, Nestle now are in third place with 26 points overall.
Let's go Nestle Splash. I'm cheering for them, man. The underdogs here today, especially with their placings right now and sitting again in the accumulative leaderboard. But Razor is looking for back-to-back dubs right now, Jamerson. I mean, they won yesterday during our open day. They're trying to do it again here in our pro day. A couple of teams are right on their heels. 3 partner teams inside of the top 5. You love to see it. And then Charlotte Phoenix slowly but surely making their way up that leaderboard too. Na'Vi had the middle of Skyhook that game, and they played that fairly well. And Rice Krispie Treats third impact running under the radar too. I mean, Bird had a fairly large game, and it was pretty surprising to me to see that the way they were able to win that fight on Na'Vi. I mean, typically when you drop from the high ground, you got to remember that you're not playing Horizon. You're going to have a little bit of a gun punch when you land, a split-second delay, even if it's half a second or so. That's all these pro players need to take advantage.
Yeah, taking a look at the leaderboard, CLG all the way down in 16th place with 11 points. That does mean that the middle of the pack squads are basically around 24 points away. When with 3 games left to go, there's plenty of time to try and catch up. But in terms of catching up for the end of the season, we have 2.5 weeks left. Well, 2 weeks left after tonight. And so time is starting to run out. And these squads, where we're looking at Team Cheez-It, Intel, Rockstar, all need to pop off. They want to try and catch up and snag away a spot from Team Applejacks or Team Razor. The Team Razor is not making that easy at all for anyone.
I don't think Razor is going to slow down. I mean, the way that they just turn it up, we were looking at the leaderboard yesterday, and they were in 5th place. And it was, I would say around 10, 12 points that they had to make up. All of a sudden, they are up almost 40 points on Team Cheez-It ever since that moment. Absolute ridiculous turnaround coming in from Razor. And we expect that from Team Razor, the number 1 team from Season 1, coming through here, trying to get back-to-back wins again. They won yesterday, trying to win today on our pro day. We have 3 more games left, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do. This is a very low-scoring day so far.
Yeah, with our number 1 team only at 35 points, that does leave a lot of points available across the board. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high-performance moment of game number 3. And it was the final ending here. As you can see, it was Team Pringles and Nestle just playing on the other side of this wall. The fight does break out for them. You can see Charlotte Phoenix as well, taking their time, trying to find the time to quite possibly come in for this third party. But you see a lot happening on this side. Nestle Pure Life, they were lucky to have Rice Krispies jump onto Team Pringles, and throughout all of that, Nestle took very little damage. You can see only one of them cracked. The armor swaps are there for them as well, and Charlotte Phoenix were not able to capitalize at all. Beautiful hold coming out from Nestle.
That's how you do it right there. I mean, the bubbles are really useful, and the longer your bubble lasts, the more likely you're going to be able to pull this one out. You could see defensive bombardments were very well timed, and that forced Charlotte Phoenix in the air. It was Bronzy that had to go and take to the air, and the rest of these players didn't even have an opportunity to heal because there was so much action that was happening directly in front of them, they had to go through and lay damage down themselves. So if that zone even touched either one of those players on Charlotte Phoenix, it would do so much damage that they would get knocked immediately. So you have to continue to fight your way through that one. And Nestle Splash, again, you love to see that from them. They need to go and take their positions. They need to avoid, bad rotations, which I think is one of the problems that they've been running into. And then they need to methodically play these end zones so they can pick up kill points along the way. That's exactly how they were able to execute that one. Really love to see it. But right now, it's really up to, I think it's Team Cheez-It and Team Applejacks. I really want to keep storylines on these guys and tabs on these guys, because you have Applejacks that's landing over towards Tree. They're getting 50-50. And then you have Team Cheez-It, who was looking amazing yesterday, but today just hasn't been their day. Where are they in the standings right now? 12th place with only 12 points. That's not what you're looking for right now.
Yeah, here we are heading into game number 4. Team Cheez-It and Team Applejacks, another one of those teams on the bubble, and they have a lot of ground to make up. It's been very difficult for Applejacks here on the pro nights, getting challenged left and right over at Tree. They've lost 2 out of the 3 50-50s. And that third one, the fight just did not happen. Both teams disengaged, and so things are not looking great. We'll see if they can shape up here in the second half, joining on board with Nestle Splash, and do figure out where they're dropping here on the pro night. So they are taking Fragment West, and so far they're just sitting on the white armors. We'll see if they can get anything else, and we can see why they had a pretty decent rotation going over to Skyhook, with a lot of the Skyhook teams just, of course, holding their positions, knowing that the circle is going to end there. That just let Nestle make it through that connector for free. Here's CLG getting pushed, Trinal once again, but this time around, Madness is here to trade. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, and the rest of CLG are here. We'll see how aggressive the rest of the team gets. As oh no, Madness goes for the peak. Now Vayne is the last one alive, as he's going to be left in this 1v2, sitting on the white armor as well. Goes for the jump peak, but he's already on the second floor. Both of these players are inside the diner building now. This is going to be a difficult 2v1, especially as he gets tagged on his way on up to the roof. The bubble has gone down as well. Now time is running out for Vayne.
Wow, Trinal going absolutely ham right there, but Applejacks actually starts their 50-50 off, and it's going to be 2 players going down. Aves in a 2-on-1 situation. Let's see if he can pull this one out.
Yeah, Aves has a sliver of that blue armor still up, and his secondary is a Sentinel. Not quite what you want in this situation. I mean, it can work, but you definitely are looking for an even 8 or something. He goes for the peak, and he only does 15 damage before that arm shield comes up. And he's only got the slow heals as well. It's just a matter of time as he backs away off of this one. Starts to hit that res. That door is open, but it looks like he will safely be able to get Rolders up. Gonna go for the thirst on this one to at least secure an armor swap for himself, but again, without a proper secondary there, Bowser will get the re-knock onto Rolders, and it looks like Applejacks will go down 3 for 3, the 50-50 going in favor of Renegades. And you can see quickly Bowser understanding that the rotation might come out from 303 Academy. They are not here quite yet.
With the zone being a little bit closer instead of it being north on the Skyhook side, it could be a priority rotation instead of a priority third party. But hey, what do you know? There it is. They rotated around 130, and then they made their way over towards this area again for some more action. They want to try to take down Renegades. They would not stop charging before. Renegades was on the back foot the entire time, piecing out. But this is what happens when you show presence a little bit, when you take the high ground and you're not running away. It doesn't show weakness, and now 303 Academy is going to back off just off that alone. Yeah, they were sitting on triple blue armors. Not the best and not the most ideal, but still, just the presence there on the roof was absolutely crucial as Team Razor with some nice spray across the map in Sorting Factory.
Yeah, making their way on through. They have designs quite possibly on moving into the northernmost building there, but hey, they're rewarded with a purple armor as well. Getting shot up from the building, but it looks like they're just going to run past it for now. And don't know if they were able to pull up the ring information for us, but hey, they've got a bubble down. They've got the jump pad as well. And it looks like they just want to get out of Sorting Factory, but I'm surprised. They're doubling back.
I don't know exactly where this one's going to pull, but the way the teams are setting up over towards Sorting, I wonder, could this be a Sorting Factory zone, Jamerson? Have we seen a scan quite yet? Okay, there we go. So Sorting is going to be in. And then, you know what this could be? I mean, I haven't seen much of the zone, but this could be that choke ending over towards where the blue bins are. Could go over towards No Name. I mean, there are so many endings right here. The way that everyone's setting up over towards Sorting Factory, anybody that's gatekeeping these teams is going to have a field day. Okay, we get a big pull over towards... what do you think, Jamerson? Do you think this is going to be Lava City?
I think it's where Team Pringles are right now, where they're playing the choke up towards Geyser. I feel like it might pull on over there. And you can see Team Pringles are just holding the position. Third Impact are trying to make their way on through, but this choke can be deadly, as it looks like that squad is just going to completely bypass this. I think they took a Valkyrie. Yep, there is the Valkyrie redeploy, so Third Impact are just going to run past Team Pringles here.
They're going to play the 3-stack, 4-stack building over here. I like this play. I mean, there are a lot of different endings. So that you see that blue trailer right there, that blue truck, that's an ending. There's another ending that's more over towards the northwest. There's an ending that's kind of by the multiple endings that are by the respawn and that eggshell over towards Lava City. And then we know there's a handful that are actually in Lava City. So still TBD in terms of where this one's going to go as we see what Team Intel is doing. It's going to be 6 with the 2x wingman. Very rare combo. You don't see a lot of people bust out that 2x wingman.
You know, they're taking a slower rotation through, coming over from Thermal, and they're going to pick up whatever they can on their way through. There are replicators available, so if they need to pick up extra bats or extra heals, they can definitely do that for now. You can see because of that 50-50, there's still some cursory loot being left by Applejacks, or excuse me, by Renegades, who are still alive, I believe, throughout all of this now. But here's Team Intel now making their way over towards launch site. Can't imagine too many teams are still over at launch, and so I like how Team Intel are just trying to avoid a lot of the early fighting here to really favor getting into the late game.
We were talking about it before game number 1. That has to be the style of play. That's what Nestle Splash was able to do to get their dub. And kind of that's what Team Liquid did in their win in game number 1 too, is we do see a nice rotation coming through. It's going to be Stunny getting his team over towards the roof. You love to see it. Bird's locking things down with that Mastiff. He's feeling pretty confident over here. And they are favoring that Lava City ending. But the team that has the beacon building right now inside Lava City is living it up. They're going to have so much information.
Port out from Tech here. Surprised by this one. Go over into the train station. There's a full squad in there, keeping an eye on that door. And he's going to have to instantly take it back. But I guess it's just good to get that information, right? They're not running that Bloodhound, so you might as well use that port. You're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, really the only... That's a great point. The only use of the port that you're going to have would be, you know, to go for a care package, to go for a third party, if you're low on loot and need to get ammo, resources, etc. But you can see they're sitting pretty. R301 2X with the Anvil, 320 ammo, PK in the back pocket. I mean, this is super ideal for Tech if he wants to go and make plays just like that. I mean, he could have came in and, you know, got some armor checks if there wasn't 2 players that were directly staring at him. That portal is loud and players were anticipating it, so not too surprising right there. But they seem to be okay, Jamerson. I mean, Bird's got the scout, so everybody has an ideal, you know, gun to fight with. R9 PK for Stunny, he's going to be liking that. They know the port's going to be disappearing at a certain time, so just continuing to add pressure. I like that from Rice Krispie Treats. Shows that you don't really have any fear and you're basically confident going through that with the communication that you have with your team. So that just adds a little bit more, I guess, damper in the other team's plans when you're adding pressure like that. You have to communicate to your teammates, and you have to have eyes on that area, so you're not able to look at other spots and gather information when you want. But that's one of the most annoying things. I mean, especially when there was the Watson meta, it would always be Watson setting up over here, just crouching, looking at each other.
Yeah, if that were me, I'd be shooting through that window and be like, hey, why am I not doing any damage? But yeah, just a good hello and wave towards each other, and not much should be happening on this side. We have 2 minutes before the zone starts closing. Let's try and see if we can swap around and see if anyone has the map for us.
Sorting Factory was lit. I want to see what's going on in Sorting Factory. There were so many teams over there. So 1, 2, 3. You also have the office building. That office building is free right now if anyone wants to go and take that. And oh, hey, we have a new challenger enters the fray. It's Charlotte Phoenix coming in with the yeet over towards the roof. Looks like they're trying to get into it with Rice Krispie Treats. It's going to be a couple of knocks coming through on both sides, but you know what this means. That means third party is going to come through any given point in time. That's going to be 2 knocks. Tech now, last guy alive. Will they get pushed? They have another team, looks like, that's on the roof. So tough situation to be in. I mean, Renegades is in the vicinity. and you're not expecting a team to fly in on you like that. And that's, you know, the great thing about Valkyrie, but it's also the bad thing about Valkyrie, where you're in a good spot like that, and it's like, all right, pick a straw, any straw. Okay, we got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, speaking of good spot, here's Nestle. They do have control over the lobby side here in Lava City, forcing back one. Bambino's up top by himself. He's going to require some help soon, and it should have come sooner rather than later as Prodigy Aces gets the knock onto him. The peek out from Dracos here, falling back into that elevator shaft as he does get cracked. As a drop down from Team Cheese It. Ronnie lays waste to Prodigy Aces, bring this down to a 2v2. They've got the bubble as well. Try to avoid a lot of damage here. Rooftop control now being thrown down with that defensive bombardment just in case a third party. They do recover here. They still need to get Bambino though. He's on a lower level. It looks like he should be safe. The thirst will be there as they finish one off and they drop down right into a port. Accidentally getting kidnapped there, and that leaves Dracos by himself. Ronnie trying to hustle back to his squad, but that moment of weakness allows Na'Vi to come in for another third party.
Third party after third party. I mean, these buildings are so important to lock down. It's crazy that teams are even considering fighting throughout all of this. I mean, the office building, when we were taking a look at that third party, or the third person point of view, that was free, and Serial almost hits himself with a frag grenade right there, as we did get back on board with Sorting Factory, and it is Team Razor finding themselves in a scuffle over here. They're over towards that train side. Bubble is going to have to go down. 303 Academy connecting on a couple of PK shots. It's going to be escaping that knock initially onto Tech, a couple players directly above them, but Calphon is going to get knocked right back by Stunny. So 2-on-2 situation. Both teams seem to be fully healthy throughout all of this, but advantage right now to Academy based on the high ground. Will they be able to get this res though?
It looks like they will be able to secure this one. The scan does go down, and you realize that someone was coming through that elevator shaft over at the stairs now, and he's caught with the melee out, but does have the pressure coming in from the other side. Calphon will be able to clean that one up, and now they will get the res, and they should be able to heal up. You can see the armor swap being thrown down as well. Suzu is the ever consummate bro for his squad as he picks up a purple of his own, and we'll have to bat this one up. But great recovery coming out from 303 Academy. Also great aggression coming out from them as well.
Glad you pronounced that name, because there was no shot I was getting that one right. One of the things I would love to see a minor change to Bloodhound. I really think that the scan with a 3 times distance, it's already far enough, but how long did it seemed like it was an eternity right there for how long he had this information on the player that he scanned. I mean, what is that, 4 seconds after you get scanned you can see the outline? That's just a little bit too long. Makes things a little bit annoying when you're trying to make a play right there. And he still even lost that fight. Great job by Stunny, but unfortunately he does get taken out. Na'Vi, they are locking down the blue crates. This is a huge spot if the zone pulls over here. And you can see they seem pretty comfortable locking this one down. It's going to be interesting. I mean, that fence ends up becoming really popular. Teams are going to make the rotation away from Lava City now. This zone was a hard pull, and Na'Vi was ready for it.
Yeah, having that Valkyrie rotate made it super easy for them. You can see why a lot of teams were also favoring staying over here at Sorting Factory. Kuya does have eyes set on that drop package, and he will have the port as well. And so he will go for that, and doesn't look like there's going to be a contest, so this one should be free. He's already freed up one of his weapon slots as well for this. We'll see if he gets anything off of it, and there's a triple take.
Wah, wah. Really hope for the Kraber there. No whammies. Prowler, anything would have been amazing in that situation. But we'll see what they settle with that triple take. We'll see who. Ooh, nice nade coming in. As 303 actually gets into a fight on top of the roof. That's going to be Renegades. They go down fairly quickly. It's going to be, what did you say, Suzu. He's going to be trying to get back up here. As it looks like third impact is there. The nade is going to finish it off. And wow, amazing push from third impact. I love the angle coming in from Ziki. Balon is there as well. Jazaz is looking to close things out with that PK. I believe it's only one player alive. He's doing a great Asu impression, hitting some armor swaps along the way. Amazing job, but just not enough in that 3-on-1 situation. Everyone from third impact extremely healthy, but it's chaos right now as another 303 team is going to be fighting, this time against Pringles ASCII. He's the first one to drop him. Pringles has been in this building for quite some time. That's going to be 2 players, 3-on-1 situation again. And it looks like Pringles is going to be able to pull this one off in any given time.
Yeah, Pringles can just slow play this when you can see the Thirst onto Bambino as well, allowing them to get that armor swap. And they understand the situation they're in. They have the numbers advantage. They could just full heal, and they could hunt down this last player. It looks like he was able to get out of dodge, but he does leave his squad mate as ASCII gets finished off. And so now Team Pringles will have the northeast side of the zone to themselves. Now, if the ring ends up pulling over towards the bridge, they'll be happy with this position. If it keeps pulling on over towards Sorting Factory, it can be a bit dangerous for them on the rotate. They have options to drop down to the low ground if they need to. But we'll see in just a matter of seconds exactly what their decision is going to have to be. Oh, getting tagged up from the south. Another team coming up. And it looks like it will pull a little bit more towards that bridge. So they need to clear out this south side. As it looks like Phony will start scouting ahead for them, but there's a team behind them. Should be third impact.
I'm fairly certain this ending is on the ground underneath the bridge, more on the Sorting Factory side. I've played this one in actual tournaments before, so we'll see what happens. I believe that Na'Vi is in a pretty good spot. They could play the high ground there and look down and drop through, but they're going to be the team that's gatekeeping all of the teams over towards that Sorting Factory side. So Pringles and Na'Vi right now in some really priority positions. It looks like there was a rat that made his way about 200 meters, 285 directly in front of Phony. I don't know if that scan actually got that as well, but they are happy to see this pull, Jamerson. You're spot on here. Underneath the bridge could be a very viable position if they want to play it.
You can see a lot of teams were banking on this one to continue to go over towards Sorting Factory. We've got Team Intel there. We got Serial over there. And it's team... well, we had a quick visit with a rat. But we do have one alive right now. 12 squads, 33 players remaining. So there should be another squad that's damaged. That's down to a duo right now. As you can see, Rockstar are holding position inside this building. Corner of it is in. And they might be making moves to try and challenge the squad that's playing that corner. Triangle gets tagged and almost cracked there. Is forced to hit that bat. But Oi Senpai has the angle to stop that peak now from above this supply bin. As the scan comes out, they do have to worry. A lot of teams in the area. So if they take this fight, they need to take it in a commanding way. And that is not the way. As Six gets the knock onto Triangle. I don't even know where he found that angle for it. But Team Intel are alleviating some of the pressure on them. The ring is closing now, and you have to be worried if your Team Rockstar getting tagged up from an angle where you don't know where you got shot.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can't see it. Imagine how Triangle feels. It was probably like a double headshot coming in from Six over here. But just imagine if these crates were a little bit shorter or if the pills were a little bit taller. That head glitch for fighting it on the stairs would be absolutely insane for Senpai, but unfortunately he just doesn't have the height to be able to pull this one off over here, and they're just going to be locking down lower Sorting Factory, which is a very viable play right here. And another team that's locking down a priority position would be Third Impact, sitting up on top of the toilet bowl over here, and all three players just big chilling.
The final ring will be closing with a lot of the high ground still available. As you can see, parts of the toilet bowl are open and the bridge. So the low ground position is going to leave some teams down there. But Third Impact right now just playing on top of the smokestack as Balon G got the knock onto Tech, and that's going to be the instant send out as he does hit, almost cracks the armor on that Valkyrie. And where's the rest of Third Impact? They have dropped down, but a little bit late as Jazz tries to go in with a full spray, but he misses everything with that Spitfire going straight into the bubble.
Wow.
And somehow 2 brains, 1 controller somehow survive. And now here's Team Razor getting pushed inside Sorting Factory. Oi Senpai gets the knock onto Serial here. They do trade back. It's down to a 1v2. It's all up to Hakulo though, as he does push out from that bubble, and he will secure this. Here's Team Intel with the third party, and they'll get the cleanup. And Team Intel needed this win. They're on the cusp of like top 3 right now, as we have hit 9 squads remaining.
Somebody call up Tomcat. We have a rodent. We have a rat. We have a problem over here. It looks like that was someone from Team Pop-Tarts, possibly Lucas. Is DWT staying in this one? This is the second game out of what? We're on game number 4 over here that they found themselves over towards the end zone. Both of them kind of been over towards the southern side, so great job by them. As Intel is not slowing down. That's going to be Nesh getting dropped. Metro's got the EVA 8 there, and it looks like he's connecting big time as Peach is going to help finishing that one off. So unfortunately, they weren't able to get the kill point from that. But Team Intel takes control of these blue crates that Navi's been locking down for quite some time. And we haven't seen which teams were actually laying in the second layer of the toilet bowl. It's been Team Liquid with the low-key creep the entire time.
Team Intel do have the option to try and go over towards that fence, but you can see the port was set up. To imagine that was by Peach or maybe 2 Brains 1 controller. And now with this ring closing in, will Intel be able to get in? Maybe that was Kuya there. As Panders does finish off Navi, we're down to 8 squads remaining. I believe 2 rats running around right now as Pringles here on the low ground will be able to finish off Lucas. So that's 1 rat gone, should be 1 more remaining, and Team Intel are safe in this. For the time being, Team Pringles are happy to see this, of course. The ring will be closing there on the low ground, forcing a lot of the fight to take place here on the high. EMP out from, you have to imagine that's Tech right below them inside the toilet bowl, but Team Liquid are safe for the time being. Another 30 seconds before this ring slowly starts closing on our competitors.
Love this zone. It's so fun to watch, and teams are going to be duking it out right in the middle here. As you do have the wingman in hand for Dank. He's trying to hit some Dank shots, but Finicky's coming in with the flank ski. He's going to come through and have the PK in hand, and bye-bye. Immediately just decimated. I think that was ZWT's their team name. Team Pringles now. They're locking down the low ground, and this is an interesting spot. You have a team getting a res directly above you. Ooh, he's going to send it. Fury's going to climb up. Team Liquid's getting sent on. That's going to be Peach coming through and getting some finishes as Phony's going to be getting the knock on to, looks like Z Davis and their squad. So this is absolute chaos right now as 2 Brains 1 controller goes from the bottom of the toilet bowl, taking down 3rd Impact, to climb up to the 2nd layer and taking down Team Liquid, and they are starting to heat up.
And Team Intel are still here on the high ground, so the fight will be taking place between them and 2 Brains 1 controller unless they decide to jump down. Great peek on over. They realize that they do have a squad coming up behind them, and that should be Team Pringles. As now Team Intel go for the peek themselves, going up, pushing, but the defensive bombardment has been thrown down. Great bubble there to keep them safe for the time being as Metro just goes for the peek, taking out 1, and they're full sending it now. 303 Esports are still in this with the rat. Paradise picks up 1 of those kills throughout all of this, and it's going to be Team Intel in position to take the 2nd win of the day.
Intel's not giving up on this overall leaderboard. They're sitting, what, in 6th place? They need to get into 4th place to avoid the relegations. This is what you love to see. They have it in them. Sometimes you just need your back against the wall to pull things off like this and to really show what you're fully made of. And Team Intel's going to do it. They win back-to-back games on our pro night. Nicely executed from Team Intel.
Yeah, 2 dubs for Team Intel tonight. The team that is on the bubble, very close to being relegated, but they are not going down without a fight. This is going to be huge, especially because they were in the top 4 region of our Mobile One leaderboard tonight, and you've been seeing Team Intel on these pro nights. They have been stepping up to the challenge. We're going to go ahead and take a break, but when we get back, we'll have game number 5 after this.
How did I come up with my gamer tag? I used to go by Scorpio615 on Xbox back in the Halo Call of Duty days, and I was playing with an IRL friend, and he was saying, "You're stomping the whole lobby," and it kind of stuck with me. I was like, man, stomps, like put EZ at the end, that way it's easy. So stomps is how you say it. I used to also rock Eagle 325 because I was a Philadelphia Eagles fan for the NFL. I should put 325 at the end of it, just some random numbers to go with it. Yeah. Go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Cheese it, snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
It's fruit freshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. I am your host, Yeso, and Game 4 all done there. Team Intel with back-to-back wins, and interestingly enough, the third team to do that this week. We saw Team Cheez-Its and Team Razor able to get back-to-back wins on Tuesday night, and now Team Intel doing it here tonight. As Jamerson and T-Squared mentioned, one of those squads on the bubble. They want to avoid relegation. They want to break into that top 4 so they can hold on to their slot going into Season 3. It's going to be a tough test. It is not an insignificant gap between them and those 3 squads I mentioned earlier, being Razor, Cheez-Its, and Applejacks. But Intel, if they can keep this rolling, have these kind of performances consistently through the last 2 weeks of the season, they certainly will have a shot. Let's check out our post-game stats here for the 4th game of the day. Let's see what we got. Right there. There it is. We got 6, obviously, leading the way. Team Pringles, though, taking the stats, specifically Phony. This is one of those contenders. I talked about it last night at halftime. I think one of the leaders here for our Mobile One High Performance Player of the season, and he's just keeping it rolling. 5 kills in that last game. Almost 1,700 damage there for Phony. And Pringles just keeping the train rolling. They don't win a ton of games, but they just consistently put points on the board, and that's been the problem for Team Pop-Tarts. Team Pop-Tarts will have a pop-off performance like last Tuesday, but Pringles, they're still going to put up 60, 70 points and just keep that gap growing. They have over a 100-point lead coming into tonight on our partner team's leaderboard, and performances like this will continue that trend. So it's going to make it very difficult for Pop-Tarts to close that gap here at the end of the season. So it's really looking like the race we're looking at is for 3rd and 4th place for those last 2 squads who will remain in Series E going into next season. A lot of things to keep track of. We'll check out our Mobile One leaderboard and get into Game 5 when we return after this break.
Hey guys, it's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts. I am the Bloodhound player, mainly running a support role, and my favorite gun combo is the Volt and Eva. The Volt because I have one of these which has aim assist and it's really broken.
Prioritize positioning themselves here. Team Pop-Tarts, they're already rotating. Siders staying with the same composition, already finding themselves in a fight.
And so this could be a very crucial kill. Who spots who first? Oh boy, someone was AFK and it was not Impulse.
I'm there to make up for any calls whenever our IGL or a fight caller aren't like confident in something. I'll throw something out there, and other than that, I just shoot my gun, and that's that.
Slight HP advantage, just a slight HP advantage, but you're playing close up against Rambo on that controller. He's got the Prowler, he's got the R301. Both of them going for the full reset here, which means that Rambo will have the 20 HP advantage. He hits that res as he gets pushed now. Rambo is ready to try and finish this one off. There was a snake.
If you want to try the brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Woo.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had Team Intel taking their second win of the day after game number 4. So let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see if they have ultimately taking the lead here in Pro Night after 4 games. Heading into game number 5, that would be a much a nice thing to know. There we go, 42 points overall, but Team Razor are right behind them with 40 points, and Team Liquid now are in 3rd place with 36.
It's going to be a close race here. We have 2 more games remaining, and you can see, I mean, 12 points, 14 points, 17 points, 16. I mean, anybody has an opportunity to win this thing as long as you're, sitting within double digits right now. Heck, even CLG Rockstar possibly. The only team that's really struggling, obviously, would be the 50-50s. That Team Applejacks just has not been able to win. Not only that, 303 Academy is hot on everyone's trail coming in with a third party.
Yeah, we got to see last week Renegades having a firmer grasp on how to take that 50-50 up against Team Applejacks. It went a little bit more in their favor as opposed to the earlier weeks. But now Team Applejacks are the ones that have to reapproach this. How are they going to take this fight up against Renegades at this point? But both of the teams are being punished for that. And that early action, of course, cuts down on their rotations, cuts down on a lot of their resources, and they're both being punished for it. Applejacks mostly off of this one with 2 games left to go. Like you said, Tom, they're pretty much the only team that are out of reach of trying to hit the top 2 here. You said Team Rockstar, they still have a chance, but they need back-to-back wins in our final 2 games of the evening.
I mean, heck, Applejacks needs back-to-back wins. I wouldn't really mathematically put them out of it. If they could, get 50 points, 25-25, that'd be insane. But then what you're saying is nobody else is really going to get any points. That's the problem, because everybody else is so close towards the top. It makes things a little bit more difficult. So that's why I think that they're actually, going to be struggling a little bit. But I wouldn't count them out quite yet. If they're able to actually get out of tree, then they may stand a chance. They just need to get some momentum, get some kills going in under their belt. And this is what they did, I believe, yesterday. It was close out very strong, which was really impressive to watch them do. But right now, it's really Team Intel with their back-to-back wins, with their methodical plays. And this is what you love to see from them, because a lot of times they're taking unnecessary fights, or they're making some rotations that aren't really making sense and working out, but they're slowly but surely making adjustments. And I think that once you're able to do that, then Six and the rest of his team become a lot more scary for the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. And this was just Team Intel. Luckily for them, it looked like the ring did pull up to the high ground side of this final circle here, and they just had full priority on it. As you can see, I believe Pisha Squad, 2 Brains, 1 Controller got pushed from behind from Pringles, who realized that the ring would be going up to the high ground. And so that was the only way up for them. And that left 2 Brains, 1 Controller just sandwiched between these 2 squads. And Team Intel always know how to capitalize that and finish off these games.
They do. That's the key thing, is finishing off the games, because that's where you're getting that extra kill points. I mean, every time that you go from second to first, you're slapping on an extra 6 points overall. And that's huge right now with how tight this lobby is. So we'll see if they can continue this type of pace where they're playing passive aggressive. Their third party timing has been really spot on. And we're seeing that with a couple of different teams where they're flying through and coming in at the right time. And I think one of those teams would be Team Razor, has been pretty phenomenal in terms of their timing and their pacing. So we'll see if anyone can slow them down, because this is the best we've seen Team Intel play since they did that crazy composition. I believe it was like Pathfinder, Octane, and Horizon a couple weeks ago, and they went absolutely nutty in the last final games. This is something completely different. This is more playing a traditional style, more of a tournament style, going through and playing the end zone, but also worrying about your rotations. And Panners, I think, is finally figuring out how to utilize this Valkyrie for the rotations. I think that's the key thing, is I've watched them kind of blindly go into spots, ping spots, and then just land there and die. that's the worst case scenario that you can do, because you're creating so much, you know, eyes on you at that point. You got to kind of take a page out of Team Liquid's book, go a little bit later, find a spot that's completely safe, and go and land in there. You can't really say, okay, let's hope this building's not taken, and kind of do. I believe it was Charlotte Phoenix in a similar fashion, where they just go and they land on top of a building, and then all chaos kind of breaks loose. So I love the thought process coming in for Team Intel, and I love the teamwork coming through. I think that their skirmishing skills are really high, so if they're able to combine that with zone knowledge, they're going to be a scary team.
Yeah. Very little resistance that they're meeting as well here on their rotates. They're coming all the way over from Thermal, but because of like the 50-50s that are taking place in their vicinity, without having to really worry about Applejacks or Renegade standing in their way, because both of them are basically hobbling away from a lot of these fights, leaves these rotates a bit more free for them. It looks like Metro was able to pick up the ring for us early on. This one's pulling up a little bit north, outside of Thermal at the very least, and we'll see if any more fights are taking place. So, of course, keeping an eye on that tree fight between Renegades and Applejacks, that's going to be important. We did note they're almost basically mathematically out of being able to win today, but the points that they put up will be important going into the final 2 weeks of Series E.
And what's crazy is Thermal is such a large area to loot, right? So it makes things difficult, and this fight does get faster and faster every single time. But Intel could get crazy, and if they wanted to, you know, really rack up a lot of points, since they need a ton of points, they could go over here. But Bowser with the 30-30, Rollers didn't stand a chance. There's a potential bubble res, and it's coming down. But look at this. It doesn't even have a good scope on it. And he's still pushing through. There's going to be some nice Spitfire shots coming through as well. But Renegades with a huge advantage right now. We'll see if they end up pushing this one.
Yeah, they had them disconnected as well, but it looks like the rate fourth back. And so they will reconnect as a full 3. Good thermite connect onto the white armors. Pow does take some damage going for the peak, and Rollers will fall from that frag grenade of Pow. And they smell blood in the water. They want to finish this off. This would be perfect. 100% on the 50-50 win rate for them as Aves goes down. Now there's just one left for Applejacks. Renegades have a clear grasp on how to win this 50-50 out, and it's about playing that point defense, knowing where all of Applejacks are throughout all of that. But here comes Charlotte Phoenix now, coming for the third party, and this is the first time that we've seen it all day. It's been typically 303 Academy that come in for the third party, so this might mean 303 Academy come in for the fourth party.
Is Tree about to be another graveyard? I mean, it could be, because knocks are happening back and forth over here. Rez is going to be hit. Going to try to get Bronzy back in this one. Asura has the gold armor, which is absolutely huge, but does Charlotte Phoenix understand that this is when 303 Academy typically would be here right about now? So even maybe about 20 seconds earlier, the fact that they're not here yet is a little concerning, actually, for 303, because they could be picking up a handful of different kills right here. But there it is. 303 is actually making their way through. This is going to be 4 teams at Tree.
You see, that's how the tree grows so big. The fertilizer of all the dead bodies, just giving it nutrition here. That's exactly what's going on as 303 Academy are turning their head. I don't know. But here they are, trying to push up, as we have a lot of fights actually taking place across World's Edge right now. Team Pringles in a fight up against Bambino and them. CLG rotating through, down from Skyhook. They have a team stuck inside the Beacon building as they are making their way on in. Madness, you don't need to really break down that door. It's already been opened, but here we go. Forced into that queue as he backs away, as Vax and Vayne are there to cover him throughout all of that. Back to roof control as they go for the reset now. Vax was able to heal up as well, and Madness with this last cell will be ready to push on in once again. So it's go number 2 for CLG, making this push. Vayne should have his bubble shortly for this as well.
One thing to note is Madness did have a gold helmet, so typically when he would re-enter this fight, he wouldn't have his Q back in, so he can afford to play extra aggressive, and that's exactly what they do. Rockstar didn't stand a chance. I mean, they all just kind of huddled up and held hands over there inside the corner, which shows a huge sign of weakness, and CLG is going to take advantage of that. As soon as Vaxon hits that scan, you feel like, okay, these guys probably have alternators and white armor or something along those lines. Maybe they don't have shotguns, and if you're struggling with that type of loot, a team like CLG is going to take full advantage of that as we switch on over to Team Pop-Tarts, who is sitting in our top 4 actually in terms of accumulative points, but during Pop-Tarts week, unfortunately, haven't got a dub yet. Could this be their game? They've been kind of all over the place. There are a couple of games they've been in the mix here and there, but it's a tough day. I mean, this is our most stacked lobby that we have in SeriesE, so it's completely understandable that they haven't been able to get the momentum that they were looking for. But there's the zone. It's going to be another Skyhook zone.
Yeah, very similar to what we had in game number 3, as 303 Academy are now rotating through. They weren't able to get anything at tree, but we'll see if they find anyone throughout all this. Rotate, double blue armors for Escape and Suzu, as Calphon is sitting on that white armor still. So they've really been able to bank off of getting some third parties off on Renegades to get the armors that they need this time around, though. Nothing great as Nestle find themselves in a spot of trouble. ASCII gets the knock and the instant thirst from Bambino onto Draco, so now they're gonna have to back away. They will be able to pick up his banner, and they can back off to construction to get the res onto him.
Love it when Nestle Splash has their full team, because you can kind of see how many times Ronnie has been left alone and having to bail on these fights. They get in these 3-on-3s, seems to be going good. It typically ends out in a 1v1, Ronnie against somebody else, but then a third party comes and Ronnie has to leave and does so. It's not that he's bailing on his team, it's just the timing. He's trying to pick up some placement points. Heck, he's even trying to get these banners and reses back for his team. As we do take a look at what Team Razor's doing, locking down this sniper post, and we see teams lock down the sniper post, you would anticipate the zone pulling over there, but we saw the zone over towards the Skyhook side, so we know that's not the case. It looks like they're just going to try to do some gatekeeping. Now, we do have 303 Academy in the area. Team Intel is into it as well, so we'll see exactly how they want to go and play this one.
Yeah, they are stuck right now with 303 Academy having full sight over them, and you gotta love the bugs that come with the arm shield with Gibraltar there. But yeah, they have the option to just Valkyrie out of this if they need to. They need to reconnect right now. You can see one of them spot out as trying to make their way back in. You can see how much trouble they have actually trying to get out. They do have, looks like a defensive bombardment going down, trying to open up some space for them. They'll have the redeploy from the geyser there to use if they need to. But again, 303 Academy are just applying the pressure, and with that, they are able to make their way out.
Yeah, but all these shots that were being laid down calls for a third party from behind. Calphon's taking a decent amount of damage. He's going to have to hit a battery, and perfect timing and execution going into the fence to do so. But it looks like the player goes and takes the roof. That's going to be Escape. Lays down some serious flesh damage, and a great defensive bombardment from Zuzu means that they're going to be able to take advantage of this high ground. But the EMP comes through. Could this be 2 brains, 1 controller getting ready for a push? A lot of damage over towards the top side of the building. Escape again is going to heal, but it's just cells. That's huge that they don't have any batteries right now. It's going to be Slurpee G coming through, doing some serious work, and it's the lone Tech Crypto EMP coming through hot onto 303 Academy, and they're going to be able to finish that fight. Slurpee G put in work.
The third party is already here, as you saw. Slurpee G getting tagged from behind. Bloodhound scan is there, and they are able to get the res onto Peach at the very least. He's got gold armor, so he'll be able to heal up rather quickly, throwing down that dome as Slurpee is just trying to hold the angle for him. And so you do weather the storm. They force back the third party. They'll be able to stabilize off of this. So 2 brains, 1 controller doing a great job here of just surviving now. The ring will continue to pull up, but do they want to try and deal with the squad first or start moving in for the zone?
Well, really, Tech needs to start making some plays. He needs to get into his drone, hit a scan on top of the beacon right there over towards their south side, and he could also be checking for where that third party is coming from. So I'd love to see him utilize that information whenever he can get that. But they want to get loot first, and they want to make sure that they're zooted before they go and make any type of plays, because of the amount of death boxes that are actually over there, and if any fights do start coming, because you saw no batteries, having to hit cells is not what you want to do in these situations. It just takes so much time. And speaking of time, it is time for Panders to make his rotation. Interesting that Metro, is going to go through this and take a little bit of damage, but this is what you got to be worried about. You're coming through blind right now. This is a fairly late rotation. What building can they find?
very close to the center of Skyhook as 6 doesn't quite stick the landing and takes a lot of damage, but no team going to push in there. Panders as well is going to be forced to heal up, but Team Intel are safe in the middle of Skyhook. And throughout all of this, I believe they got a knock onto one member of Team Liquid, but never really secured the Thirst as well. So no kill points going over to Team Intel quite yet, as we have hit top 17, 47 players remaining as this next zone starts closing up. Again, with it going further and further into Skyhook, really going to need information about this, about where this next ring will be going.
I really think it's similar to our previous Skyhook game, like you were talking about. And if I had to predict, I'm going to go with more over towards the center structure on the north side. I really feel like it's going to end directly on that fence. It's a very common ending, one of the most common over towards the Skyhook side. But Pop-Tarts is going to have to dip out. That Pop-Tart is getting burnt. It's Lucas, and no one likes burnt Pop-Tarts, as he's going to dip out of here and go over towards the bottom of train station. I like that rotation coming through. And you can see it's continuing to favor over towards the north-hand side, so they should be okay for this next zone too.
And they won't have access to the roof of the train station, but this is still a really solid place to play out of right now. 27 seconds left for the ring to close up before we figure out exactly where this ring will be closing, and they'll be safe in here. They've got the blue armors. I'm not entirely too sure, but I think this might be two brains, one controller. They might have made their way on up, having a very similar rotation path to what Team Intel did, taking Sniper Hill. And I think they might be just in range of that beacon as well. We'll see if Tech is close enough for that.
For sure he is. I think that's probably going to be right around that 150-meter range. So they're going to set some pings down, and it continues to pull as anticipated over towards that Skyhook side. You can see where CLG is locking down. They're prioritizing over there. It's close to that market area, and I like that play. It's another popular ending if it does decide it does want to pull over towards the west side instead of go and continue to hit the north side. But I want to see Tech get into this drone here once it comes back up and hit this scan, because that's going to be huge information for round number 4, and that's your opportunity if you're Slurpee to go and make your move. So instead of the Crypto Caustic comp right now that we are used to seeing, it's still Crypto hitting the scans, and then it's going to be Valkyrie to go and gather that information and then use that information. So there it is. They hit the scan. He's also going to try to fly around and get some information onto what buildings they can go towards. I love the utilization of Crypto in this call.
Rice Krispie Treats, though, in some trouble as Na'Vi was able to take out Bird, leaving Stunning the only one alive. Gets punched back and then taken out, and that's going to be Na'Vi cleaning them up. They do get the res on Takuya as well, and you can see Nesh trying to throw down that armor swap for him, and so that's going to be a faster reset for them. Now we're down to 16 squads, 44 players, so number of teams damaged here. Looks like we don't have everyone full alive. Let's go ahead and swap back on over to see where that ring is going to be pulling on over for us.
Yeah, we have such good information coming in from where 2 raids, 1 controller was, but we're getting a nice little aerial view of where Team Liquid is. And Team Liquid was popping off fairly early. They won game number 1. We saw the ridiculous Kraber play coming in from Nocturnal. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, they haven't gotten any more Krabers. They haven't gotten in any type of positions like they were in game number 1 yet. But now we see that zone pull, and I'm fairly certain it's going to be that ending that we were talking about. I mean, CLG's in a fantastic spot right now, but I'm anticipating the end where that middle area is in between them and CLG.
Yeah, they're going to try and bide their time for the time being here. They are in a great spot. They have great loot as well. Triple purple armors for them, and this is a squad that didn't have to go far, but they took the action really early on. So they've already got the 3 kill points. We saw them, of course. They've been getting challenged, and they finally got the revenge here in the early game. This might be what they need to really catch up. I believe they had 8 points heading into this game, so these back-to-back games could be huge for CLG, as it looks like Ronnie ultimately went down to the ring.
That's right, Ronnie. Don't let anybody else kill you, man. If you're going to go out in style to the ring, okay? That's the way that you do that. Don't give any kill points to anybody. That's what you love to see. Good job. Heads up play, Ronnie. Unfortunately, Nestle Splash not able to probably win this game without being alive, so they're going to have to wait until game number 6 to see if they can pull off 2 wins here on our pro day. But it's been a lot of our partner teams doing fantastic. One of those teams is Team Razor. Great shots there from Hackbill with the flat line. He's going to drop Zicky Bambino from 303, trying to stay alive with the PK, but it's not going to happen. That's going to be Joey Blackout with the huge kills. Intel getting involved with some help over towards the side, and they can see the zone is moving. So here's the key for Team Intel is they have to gatekeep the teams behind them, and as that zone's closing, they're going to make the rotation forward to lay down on the low ground and just kind of lay low, kind of similar to what Rice Krispie Treats was doing in the previous Skyhook game.
There's a chance if they have that Valkyrie ult to just get on top of the tower. I don't know if anyone's up there right now. So they're going to be keeping an eye on that. I know there are a few scans to the center as well. Liquid here on the low ground now. We do have the Sentinels back in the hands of Albert Laley. We saw Liquid starting things off strong today, but they've been having some pretty difficult last 2 games so far. We'll see if this is the bounce back game for them. Here's Team Razor in the middle of that tower, and we saw a team taking that rooftop. So that option might be out for Team Intel. Now with Team Razor in position as well, might not be the greatest spot for them. But we have 25 seconds before this ring starts closing up, and now they're applying some pressure to the team to their north right now.
Yeah, granted, there are a couple of teams that are scuffed right now, but 15 squads, game number 5 here, SeriesE on our Pro Day is what you love to see. And Jamerson, you were asking if top of Big Tower was taken. Well, it's Team Cheez-It. They're locking it down, feeling good about their position, similar to what Na'Vi was doing. And, well, I don't think you could play at the very, very top of that tower. I don't think you could get that high. It'd be absolutely ridiculous if you could. But now Joey Blackout's going to hit scans and realize that that is going to be a team directly below them. And they're going to have intel on other members that are going to be rotating through. So this is their opportunity to pick up some kills. This is what they've been waiting for. And you have to hit your shots here.
Yeah, this is a beautiful spot to be trying to gatekeep squads there who still have to make their way leapfrog from building to building, just leaving themselves so vulnerable. Many will be able to finish off POW, and now we are down to our top 14 squads. Another team just below them as well, but you can see Joey Blackout ever worried about the squads below them pushing on up. That's going to be Team Pop-Tarts making their way towards the fences out of that train yard building now, and they were already able to get a knock onto Asura, and he does ultimately go down. So Charlotte Phoenix, I believe, down to a duo here as Pop-Tarts are awaiting that defensive bombardment and will go ahead and push up now. This is the position that NPL, Nestle, were able to win in their game, but Stomps took so much damage from Cheez-It above as they do finish off Charlotte Phoenix, and now Stomps will get rezzed up. No pressure yet coming out from anyone else for the third party of CLG making their move, pushing into this building. They got the first knock onto Peach, Slurpee gone as well, and it's all up to Tech left on this Crypto. He does answer back, but here's the third party from Team Liquid to clean it all up, and they're getting shot up through the windows, but they will be completely safe.
And a nice bubble there just to secure the loot coming in from Nocturnal too. You can see they want to get rid of their sniper rifles at this point. You've been rocking that Sentinel for quite some time. Now it's time with 6 Zeth boxes in front of you to pick exactly what your loadout's going to be. So perfect case scenario and well executed. Good timing there from Team Liquid, but nice shot of the map right now as we see where the stone's going to pull as anticipated. Continues to go over towards that big tower. And Intel did exactly what we were talking about. They went and maneuvered over towards that low ground, and they're big chilling over there. Remember exactly what happened before. Na'Vi dropped onto Rice Krispie Treats. They got the gun punch animation and made things so difficult. But speaking of making things difficult, it's a Spitfire running out of ammo for Mini.
Flashpoint still alive as well, finishing off Na'Vi, and now Cheez-It are going to turn their attention to the northern side. They are safe in this next ring as well, and we're going to have a big sandwich of teams. And this final circle, it's a very similar one to what we had in, what was it, game number 3, but it does pull a little bit more to the west this time around. Pop-Tarts are safe. Wait, is it the exact same circle?
No, but did you see, Jamerson, that he had 180 heavy ammo and he only gave Mini 20? What kind of cheap teammate is that, Prodigy Aces?
All I got, man. It's all I got. We're down to 7 squads now. 19 players remaining. Team Pop-Tarts getting pressured a little bit, but it's now Flashpoint are forced out of their spot. They're getting shot up from above, from behind, from below, everywhere here as Pop-Tarts are trying their best to survive. Lucas calls it here and backs off on his own. He will go down as it looks like Team Razor got a knock onto Team Intel as well. Flashpoint's still alive, but they have lost out on Finicky, and so a lot of damaged teams now going into this final ring. As you can see, they'll be pulling very hard away from the tower.
It's going to be fun to watch. This is a very popular zone, but oh man, they're going to drop down, and that's going to be Team Razor dropping down onto Team Intel, immediately taking them out. Flashpoint with just a two-man squad, they're going to push in and get some finishes as well because Team Intel did so much damage. So Flashpoint taking advantage of all that. And look who's there, Team Liquid with the timing. Albarelli perfectly executed. The shots were on point, the timing was there, the finish as well. They've had so many good third parties this game.
And he's able to swap off to that red Evo, so giving himself that additional 25 HP for this final circle. 4 squads remaining. Here is, we have the 3v3, v1, v1. 2 rats to try and spoil all of this. Joey Blackout pops that Beast of the Hunt to have the additional scans. He should still have that Beast of the Hunt as he drops down, and you can see the scans going down. So they know where Navi is. It's Kuya that's ratting this one out. Nocturnal is still alive as he's trying to rejoin his squad. Gets behind the fence just in time. He'll be able to heal up, and there we go. He spotted a rat out. Z Davis above. You saw on the scan, or well, from the x-ray there. He's keeping an eye on it for now. Mini is. Here's Z Davis. He'll try and delay for as long as possible. And he's doing a great job of utilizing that burst to stay up in the sky right now. But he's starting to run out, and he's going to drop down to the ground. He did some damage and created enough havoc for Team Liquid to come in and get the knock onto Mini. And so they bring this down to a 3v2. Team Liquid trying to punish them even more. Z Davis got finished off. It's the final team fight here as Team Liquid finally bounced back after a great start to the game, great start to the day. Now they take a second win here in game number 5.
Wow, wins are hard to come by here, and Team Liquid's taken 2 of them. Intel's taken 2 of them, so there's not many to go around. What a job by Team Liquid. I mean, we saw in the beginning, it was fairly slow for them. They were locking down position, but that's what you need to do. This is exactly how you need to execute. The kill points are going to be tough, especially in a zone like Skyhook, and it was very well played from Team Liquid.
And you can see why the rats are so important and how the final circle ends up. Z Davis just drawing so much attention to himself that entire time. You saw how trepidatious Team Cheese were throughout all of that, and ultimately it did end up in their defeat. So congratulations, Team Liquid, for taking game number 5. This might be what they needed, really. They should be able to take back the lead. We'll find out, though, and we'll have our final game of the evening after this break.
So where I got my gamer tag from, I pretty much always had Impulse in my name in some sort of form. When I was younger in like clans and stuff on Xbox Live, I'd have like that clan name and then Impulse. And when I moved away from all that, I obviously couldn't get their OG Impulse because that's taken by like 500 different people in 500 variations. So I just like reached out to some of my friends and I was asking like, I need Impulse in my name, give me some suggestions, and somebody said Impulsive Dream, and I was like, that sounds cool enough, I'll run with it. And it's been that ever since. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Whew. Alright, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for SeriesE?
Absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts, and I'm about to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart. That is the best Pop-Tart by far. If you want to try the Brown Sugar Cinnamon Pop-Tart or any other kind of Pop-Tart, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, y'all, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Your host, Yeso, here after game number 5, and we got to see Team Liquid grab their second game of the day. Team Cheez-Its getting into that top 3. Weren't able to bring it home, but still a solid performance from those boys. But TL trying to chase down Team Razor and Intel at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. We'll have to check that out after our next break. It promises to be a tight race here, so you're not going to want to miss game number 6. Let's check out our post-game stats here for our 5th game of the day. And it's all Albraleli, ladies and gentlemen. He has been popping off today. Really strong performance from him. 5 kills to grab kill leader in this 5th game. Over 2,100 damage for Albraleli there, and TL looking strong. This is a team that has been consistent contenders on Wednesday night, but they have constantly been knocked down by the likes of TSM during the season, and it seems like tonight, with TSM not around once more, TL taking advantage of the opportunity. We'll have to see if they can knock off teams Razor and Intel in the final game of the day. It promises to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, what's up? It's Impulse from Team Pop-Tarts.
My name's Lucas.
Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and if I could make any Pop-Tart flavor,
it would have to be creme brulee because that is my favorite dessert.
I would create sweet potato pie.
I'd do a strawberry cheesecake. You see, you grab the strawberry frosting, you throw it on top, and the filling's just straight cheesecake.
I grow them on my farm. They're nice and delectable, and on Thanksgiving, instead of making the pie, you just eat a Pop-Tart.
It's like my favorite dessert, and if I had that in a snack form, oh, we'd be set for life.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo! Hey guys, my name's Stomps, and I'm about to try some Pop-Tart bites here, strawberry flavor. All right, let's crack this bad boy open. Here it is, strawberry flavored Pop-Tart bite. Man, that's really good. Man, and I love how it's not too much. I love it that it's in a snack form. That way I can keep eating at my own pace rather than it being a huge Pop-Tart to eat. Wow, it's really good. If you want to try Pop-Tart bites like I just did, or any type of Pop-Tart flavor, go ahead and check out walmart.com/esportsarena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo!
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Fruit flavored smash. It's fruit refreshing.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back to Series E. We just had Team Liquid taking their second win of the day. Let's see if now where they stand. They should be in first place, but taking a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, we also have to take note of the other squads behind them. Team Intel have actually dropped now down to third place. Team Razor take their place in second place at 50 points overall, but this is a tight grouping between the top three right now.
It's a tough lobby. You have so many skilled and talented teams that are even, on the left-hand side. Look at that right-hand side. I mean, teams like CLG, Renegades, Two Brains, One Controller, Team Pop Darts, who's sitting on the top four of our overall leaderboard. 303 Esports is playing well. Academy is playing well, and they're still over on that right-hand side. So it's been a tough day. I think, in terms of the teams that have been most impressive, obviously Team Intel and Team Liquid with their 2 wins. But somehow, without picking up the dubs, Team Razor has been able to pick up a lot of kill points and some decent placement points along the way too. Navi's been putting themselves in pretty solid positions. Nestle Splash is the other team to win a game today as we move into game number 6. It's still, I would say about a 4-team race, 3-team race.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that it took 6 games for us to hit what would have been like match point threshold throughout all this right now. And so currently Team Liquid in the lead, 9 points over Team Razor. So it's basically a 3-team race now for first and second place. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5 to see how Team Liquid finished this one all off. You can see Z Davis. He was just laying in wait, the last one to move. He's up in the skies on this Valkyrie. He just becomes such a big nuisance throughout this entire time. You see Team Cheez-It turning their attention towards him, and you can see the barrages going right on top of Team Cheez-It, both of them lining right on top of them, allowing Team Liquid to come in. They got the knock onto Mini, and they were just able to finish it off from here.
He's like, you want to shoot at me? Well, take this. Haha. I'm going to ruin your game. And that's exactly what he did. They put the focus fire onto him, takes the focus fire away from Team Liquid. Team Liquid's going to go and collapse on that one. And that's what Team Liquid was doing all game, right? They were waiting for their opportunities. Yes, they're not going crazy with 20 or 30, kill games. They're coming through maybe, 10, 12 kills. But they're still picking up those placement points, and that's what matters because it's been so difficult to even get to these points with how many teams are in these zones. I think 15 teams in zone number 4. Obviously, that closes big time in zone number 5 and zone number 6, but all these teams coexisting over towards Skyhook, and all of them very talented.
Yeah, and so now heading into the final game of the evening, it's all about what happens there. It's going to be game number 6. It all comes down to this Team Liquid have to play Immaculate, Intel have to play Immaculate, Razor. Maybe they end the day with the dub to take the win away from them. I mean, they had a great game number 1, by the way. Remember, after game number 1, even though they took second place overall, they had 22 points and were in the lead after that game. But right now they are still remaining consistent, and now it's their chance to try and take this win here. Huge plays coming out here at the end.
Everybody's been playing very well. I mean, Albarelli's coming through and doing great individually. You see Nocturnal and Flanker doing well too, but it's the teamwork. It's everybody coming through, and you're seeing something that we didn't see yesterday. I mean, yesterday we had a lot of staggered individuals coming through in these team fights, one by one by one. Not Team Liquid. Everybody's collapsing at the right time. Everybody's working in unison as one unit over here. So it's really refreshing to see because this is a very difficult lobby again. I mean, these teams make it look easy. These situations are not easy. And I think individually from our open players, we got to give a lot of credit to Z Davis. I mean, we've seen 2 highlights from him, and I think 2 Mobile One high performance moments coming in from Z Davis, but we haven't seen, I think, any really. And that just goes to show he's playing out of his mind right now.
CLG, they just full 3-man drop on Oi Senpai now. CLG sitting on the bottom side of the leaderboard here, but at least a moral victory for them to take out one of Rockstar. And here's Applejacks at it again. They've lost out in, what, 3 out of the 5 or 4 out of the 5 50-50s here, but they will not relent. Once again, Rollers setting up the left-hand flank here. Nades going out. They're trying to take the rooftop once again. Renegades have been good about making sure that they're not able to take roof control. And this time around, Aves will be able to push up. You can see all of Renegades cornered there, but their armors look great. They've got the blues and the purples, and now Applejacks are fighting from behind. Even though they have positional advantage, Rollers needs to reconnect now. They're ready to take full roof control.
I really don't see how this is fun for Applejacks, to be honest with you, because every time we're on board with them, they have the short end of the stick in terms of armor. I mean, they're running around with triple grays. Fortunately, they find a blue inside. But if the enemy team is leaving blues on the ground, what do you think that they have? So this is a tough situation to be. As Senpai, the lifeline is going to get taken down. And you can see they're like, don't come over to Skyhook. This is our area. And they're really imposing their will right now. It's up to Tempest. He does have the head glitch, but Trinal, you're not going to be able to pull that one off. Oh, man. Nice shots there coming in from Tempest. Looks like he did a lot of the damage coming through, but it's just not going to be enough. CLG's there. I don't think any other teams are there to third party.
Oh, here's Applejacks already getting third partied. 303 moving in. This was the timing for it, and they do back away. The bubble is down, but they can't get the res quite yet, as he does get finished off by Escape, and they need to recover that banner. And 303 always finding the timing now on this third party here, as Dupe will hold the door for himself as he tries to heal up. You have to imagine Renegades just ran away from this one, as there's Charlotte Phoenix getting involved as well. So third parties on third parties, and you can just completely expect this here down at Tree almost every single game now.
I got a new version of the 50-50. How about we all get along here, and then in game number 1, 3, and 6, one person gets Tree, or one team gets Tree. And then the other games, the other person gets Tree. We could make that happen, right? Can't we all like get along? Or, you know, I take the even games, you take the odd games. It seems like that should be the new 50-50 here, because holy cow, it's the same timing every single time. At 1 minute and 20 seconds in the game clock in the top left, 303 is in the exact same spot. Now Charlotte Phoenix has been in the same exact spot at the same exact time too, and they're dipping up. They're not interested in staying over here. They understand the situation. There's about 4 or 5 other teams that are going to show up after this too. Everybody got the invite to this party. So Nestle Splash, they're locking things down. Do we even know where this zone's going to go?
It looks like it's going over here towards Fragment this time around. It could pull up a little bit north, but we have not been able to take a look at it quite yet. We did have a team getting that scan over on the Frag East side. You saw Nestle were trying to punish that, but the bubble scan was there. Whoever is the team playing at Frag East, but Na'Vi now taking a fight. Tech is here, but not for long as he's been taken out. Strafey turns around for the second player, and Kuya gets a bubble just in time by Nesh. Strafe, though, will go ahead and push up with Nesh as Kuya was able to bat up, and they get the knock onto Peach, bringing this down to a 1v3, and 2 brains, 1 controller on their return. Getting absolutely punished now. We're already down to 17 squads, 49 players remaining, and this ring is pulling all the way up towards Refinery as Third Impact are looking for a fight up against Team Pop-Tarts.
And I believe that's 303. That's right about to land over there, so we should definitely go on board with what's about to happen over towards the Refinery area, because you can actually see from Team Razor's point of view 303 flying in with the purple trails over on that right-hand side. So now it's going to be what Team Razor is known for, which is holding these high ground areas. And there's going to be probably another team that's on the opposite side of them on this north-hand side. Maybe not quite yet, but it's very common for 2 teams to coexist on this giant hill. And then a lot of other teams will force themselves into epicenter. So it's going to be interesting. And wow. Okay, I was wrong. I was predicting that they were going to go and hold on top of the hill, but it looks like they're going to elect to go for top center.
Yeah, this is a very safe spot for Razor to be playing out of. It's going to be difficult to try and find the kills, as a lot of the funneling is going to be happening on the south side of the zone. But if they want to make it to the late game, this is definitely one of those spots. Yeah, and like you said, Tom, they do have the scan as well, so this is going to be a very strong position for them to play off of.
Yeah, I didn't see that actually. I didn't realize that there was the beacon up there. Sometimes it's not there, but in this game, it is. So it's pretty refreshing for Team Razor, because they're going to get a lot of information as round number 1 closes and they get the big scan onto zone number 3. But Kubsky has to use his bubble defensively to just get out of the enemy Gibraltar defensive bombardment. And we've seen this situation before. it doesn't work out good for the team that's inside the train tunnel. This was Intel earlier that flew in blindly and got stuck down here, and they lost this team fight. So now Flashpoint trying to do the same thing, but fortunately for them, it's not a full 3-man stacked squad down there. It's a little bit different, and wow, Hierarchy's going to go down. That's going to be double G7 scouts over here, and that's going to be Zera Tricky with the shots.
Yeah, they've already gotten 2 from this squad so far. If they can get this Thirst, that'll be a 2nd kill for them. So Team Razor asserting their dominance here over at Epicenter. They got the ring as well, and so they know that it's pulling over here. If they want to, they can go back up. They do have the jump pad, as it looks like Nestle now challenging a squad. Great damage out from Ronnie, but he does have to back away and trade positions with his squad. It looks like they're not going to try and really push their advantage here. Sonar detected as the scan comes out from the other side. Ronnie with the high ground flank, but he gets peeked right time. This Pathfinder by himself, never mind, the Valkyrie by himself, is 303 Academy losing out on 2. Nestle punishing them, and he's even hitting him with the cancel on that animation, and 303 Academy will be knocked out. We're down to 16 squads.
If I'm Dracos, I would literally just follow Ronnie around everywhere that he goes and just support Ronnie while the scans come through in the back from the Bloodhound player. And I love the way that Ronnie was playing that. I mean, he was just a full-on turret, but we don't have time to talk about that and give him props, because Na'Vi into a skirmish over here over towards this survey campsite, and they have huge advantage in terms of damage right now. But Max Strafe is going to eat about 120 of himself, so he's going to fall back, hit a battery. And I'm not quite sure if they're going to continue to push this one, because now they're going to be overextending, and there's a 30-second timer on all these fights. So they realize that internal clock, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, the scan's coming out as well, and stopping that push for now. But Na'Vi are happy with this position, having the high ground now. But over at Epicenter, out by the houses, Valon G got the first knock onto Paradise, but it's traded back. ASCII picking that one up, and now they're pushing up. They do have the Thirst, so there'll be an armor swap for them as well, but I don't even think they're going to need that. Valon G gets that knock on to Bambino, and he is taking no damage whatsoever. Finally now dropping down low, but Jazz will have the armor swap, and here's the third party out from Razor now getting involved in all of this. We'll see how much they can take advantage of it. Getting the knock on to Bambino. Now with third impact up against the ropes, Razor picking up a lot of much needed kills here. They need to catch up 9 points to Team Liquid throughout this game as well, and so these are very, very important points for them.
Not only that, these buildings are extremely safe. Well, not for the teams that just fought, but now that everyone's cleared out, these buildings are fairly safe, and it's not that, you know, far-fetched to think that it's going to pull over towards this area, because we've seen that numerous times. I mean, we know about the endings that happen inside of Refinery, but these buildings and the opposite buildings more over towards that northwest side are pretty plausible too. So I'm curious to see exactly where this one's going to go. They did have that scan for us, which is great information, but they were not interested in staying over towards that Epicenter side very long. They understood there's a lot of fighting happening over towards Refinery. We're going to make our way over there, and we're going to take out some priority teams. Unfortunate for Third Impact that they kind of had home court advantage with this zone, and they were popping off. They just weren't able to finish it off.
Yeah, and Team Razor are here for the long haul. You can see all the armors being dropped out of the boxes, getting the armor swaps ready for themselves as well. So many loot boxes to be able to play off of. This is going to be strong for them. They'll be able to take a lot of trades. You have to imagine there's plenty of heals to go around as well. And now with the triple purples, they're going to really highly prioritize trying to get these armors up. You got the G7 Scout in the hands of one of them as well as Team Intel are making their rotation. It's going to be that Valkyrie rotate, as Metro did take some damage while they were taken to the skies, and they're going to elect to go for the train, broken down trains in the middle of the train track. So playing on the south side of the zone can be a little bit tricky because you do have two high grounds on either side of the spot.
Realistically, this is how you'd want to play this, though. I mean, you can't really have a presence down here and be safe. So the ideal situation would be have a team run into you and catch them off guard. But at that same time, you could be inviting third parties in. So it's a tough spot to be in for Team Intel. They were hoping probably to get into a little bit earlier of a rotation, but they're going to take whatever they can get right now. As we do see what's going on with Team Pop-Tarts, they're locking down one of the two Refinery toilet bowls. There's a lot of different endings over here. Both toilet bowls is an ending. There's Refinery endings in front of Refinery. There's also endings over towards the Jungle Gym. There's an ending on the Respawn Beacon. There's an ending over towards those giant yellow tanks, which is where Na'Vi elects to go and hold. So a lot of different positions being held right here. And speaking of those other buildings on the opposite side, it looks like it's not going to continue to pull this way. That's why Na'Vi was trying to advance.
And they do have to back off. There was a port set up to try and challenge the low ground of the yellow tanks here. But more importantly, of course, they have to keep an eye on the entire northern side to see if anyone pushes up. I believe that was CLG that was playing underneath the yellow tanks, and they were trying to secure a thirst onto one. They were able to get a knock, I believe, onto Vayne. But here's Renegades now. They're stuck down here inside the train tunnel. And where did Team Intel go throughout all of this?
Who knows? A little disappearing act right there. Someone called David Blaine. That was really interesting. It looks like they love these blue trailers, so they go from one trailer and one train into another trailer into these yellow area too. So these spots during the Watson meta, every single building would be taken, every single trailer would be taken. But in this instance right here, you get an opportunity to fight and skirmish with this team and decide, do you want to take this fight? Will we get third-partied, or are we gonna, coexist with these players and play nice over here? At the same time, you still want to add pressure and say, hey, we aren't scared of you guys. We have some ammo and some firepower too. And we're gonna go and use that. And look who's back! It's Rakadishu.
And I believe that was Team Razor ahead of Team Intel right now, as Hundreds does get finished off. We're down to 13 squads, 39 players remaining. Jeez, it did get flanked. I imagine that was Team maybe Z Davis behind them. We'll find out in just a moment. They're going to go ahead and push on up. Prodigy Ace is taking a lot of damage. He goes down. It's actually Charlotte Phoenix here, as Asura gets a knock with that wingman now. Damage traded back, though, but Rakanishu did not get anything critical. Will throw down that defense bombardment, as Charlotte Phoenix are just resetting now, getting peeked by this Gibraltar. Big damage out from Asura as he goes for the repeat, getting the knock onto Rakanishu, and he'll be able to get the thirst as well. And Team Cheese It take their eyes off their back for just a moment, and they get absolutely punished as Prodigy Aces gets finished off there as well.
A little bit of a lackadaisical approach coming in there from Team Cheese. I think Prodigy Aces wasn't anticipating Charlotte Phoenix to be posted up the way that they were, but that's what you're looking for right here. You're looking for opportunities. You're looking for late rotators, people not paying attention, and you're going to try to take advantage of that 10 times out of 10. Charge rifle on top of the toilet bowl. Toxic coming in for Max Stray.
See a team pushing down now onto the low ground. Fight taking place over there as well. You do have the missile barrage going down, but no connects for him, and so we'll just be holding on here. 274 more damage to go, as it looks like it's Rice Krispies stuck on the low ground here, and they're forced to re-heal up. Bird, though, does have that gold armor, so that's just going to be some cells to get him back up to full. It looks like Joey Blackout will get finished off, so Charlotte Phoenix taking out Team Cheez It here in top 12. Now the ring, you can see they were able to get that ring information for us as well. It's going to be pulling over towards the main building of Epicenter, and we do have Na'Vi set up in the north smokestacks. They'll be safe in there, and I believe another team taking the southern south smokestacks as well. I'd love to check in to the squads like Team Liquid to see how they're doing so far. Team Liquid, Team Intel, and Razor currently now in our top 3.
And when we look at this zone, you could see a couple of different options, but I'm heavily favoring holding the back of the jungle gym here, Jamerson, because you could see your back would be towards the zone, and there is a high probability that this is going to come towards the respawn beacon. And speaking of respawns, we see Tech. He's got the scan. He's also going for the respawn onto the banners. If he could get the banners, we know what Crypto's capable of doing. There's that one soul res beacon that he could hit, but would you really want to be just a fish in a barrel over here for a team like Team Liquid waiting to pounce on the opportunity? Ridiculous spray from Albarelli.
Tech was able to finish off Tech, though, so 2 brains, 1 controller out. We're down to 11 squads, full squads at that, with 33 players left now in the lobby. Nestle now making a push onto a squad over here at Epicenter, as they do trade 1 for 1. It's RNG, as now Bambino will still bleed out, but it's going to be Ronnie to clutch this one up. Now on board with Team Razor, who are just below Team Liquid. So very tense situation here, but they were able to rotate out of their building and make it in safely for the time being. There's 30 seconds left to go before this zone starts closing, but we know how big this building is and how many teams can coexist inside this building alone.
You know, I really love, that's right, Jamerson. I just want to go back to the way Ronnie's playing. You know, I really love the way that Ronnie has always played ever since season 1. And we always joke about him being the Tomcat rat cam, but I really just feel like if he had a little bit more support, if they played a little bit more advanced, I feel like what happens is Dracos is looking around on Gibraltar and they're looking around for possible opportunities, but they're not realizing that Ronnie is the opportunity on their team. He's the Wraith. He's the one that's going in and making things happen. So you have to be there, because when you look at Ronnie, he's winning all of his initial trades, and that's really all you can ask for. But the problem is they win the trades, and then they allow the enemy team to heal, and then they come back with less loot than the enemy team. So they'll have, you know, gray armor or blue armor going up against purple, and the enemy team knows they're coming, and they lose that kind of, you know, surprise factor that they have when Ronnie comes through and wins these trades. So, you know, Nestle Splash has what it takes, you know, to be one of our top teams here. They just haven't had the best season 2 so far. I like seeing them kind of turn it up towards the end, though.
Our current top team, though, is Team Liquid here. Sabralele. He's trying to find anything with this Kraber, taking pretty risky positions, and it's Team Intel on the other side of this roof. So we've got Liquid stacked on top of Razor, Intel on the other side of this roof. Those are our top 3 currently in the lobby. They have all survived into the late game as well, and so this is going to be a very spicy ending. Oh wow, take a look at the ring pull, Tom. Completely away from the building.
Yeah, it's Toilet Bowl, so this is going to be wild because everybody was heavily favoring what we were thinking, which is the Jungle Gym respawn beacon ending. Instead, heavy pull over towards Toilet Bowl, so the teams that are locking that down are going to absolutely love this. What is the play here for Team Intel? Can they take the top of the Toilet Bowl? Is it taken? Maybe a crazy little Valkyrie play, but it's tough, man. Like, what happens if 2 players make it on top and then 1 player slides down and he's getting a little swirly? So that's not going to be good if you go and end up messing that up with the execution.
Yeah, sticking the landing when you literally have about 1 foot of platform to try and land on can be incredibly difficult now. Team Intel, though, looking to clear out the bottom, and it looks like they're just going to hoof it here instead of taking to the skies. They do have a team caught out underneath them, but they're running out of time. There's 10 seconds left to go, and they still need to figure out where they're going to play on this rotate. It looks like they're going to go to the roof, and they will be using that redeploy as they do get scanned from behind. So this very tense situation. Remember, our top 3 teams are still alive. They were separated by 9 points, 10 points overall. And here they go. Pander starts up the animation. Metro is on board. What about you, Six? Are you ready to go? They're just delaying this for now, and they will take to the skies. No one really paying them attention, and so it's going to be free for them, but there's already a team playing on top of Toilet Bowl.
It's going to be interesting to see exactly how they want to play. They may even take this fight directly towards them. They're going for the Toilet Bowl. Who's going to be the one going and swimming? But it looks like there's a whole 3-man squad over towards the top. That looks like it was Albrelli getting some knocks. He's going to switch on over to that. Oh man, we missed it. Albrelli hits him with the Kraber and then switches on over the R9. Ridiculous plays. Intel is out. Team Liquid's still in, and Liquid is picking up more kills.
And Razor have been knocked out as well. Albrelli getting the knock onto Zera, Tricky confirming that one. And so it's almost all but over. Team Liquid, can they finish the day off with 3 wins overall? And as the overall leaders here, as Flanker gets a knock onto Asura, and it seems like every other team is damaged except for Team Liquid and Na'Vi now. Na'Vi pushing up towards the Toilet Bowl here. As you can see, Flanker was up top, and that, I guess that was the squad that was up top, and they were ready for it. They turned around onto Team Intel, immediately flicking onto that. CLG seemed to be alive as a full squad as well. So a 3v3v, I don't even know what Pop-Tarts, it looks like they're playing it out as a duo right now as Bronzy gets finished off.
And Na'Vi wants to try to send it over towards where Team Liquid is. You're going to see Nocturnals down on the ground. Albrelli is going to get that finish onto Bronzy. CLG looking like they want to make a big comeback over here. They haven't been happy the way that they've been performing in these first couple of games, but oh man, Madness is going to go down to Exile. Vaxon is there to answer with the PK. Will Pop-Tarts be able to survive through all this? It's not going to happen because Na'Vi is there to answer with the third party. 3-on-3-on-3 here. We'll see which teams are still available, as there's a couple of players already down over towards that bottom side. So Na'Vi looking and feeling good right now.
Yeah, Na'Vi, though, getting pushed by Team Liquid. They do have to back away. Kuya needs to reset as the scans do come out, and the Phoenix kit for him. But Team Liquid themselves were damaged, and so they want a full reset And it looks like they're pushing to finish off Team Pop-Tarts, and they will. It's now down to our final two squads in this last ring. Getting challenged now is Na'Vi. Peek on down. Arbalele is the first one to fall, but he did some damage as he went down. We'll see if Liquid have enough in the tank to finish this one off, but Na'Vi have the 1v1 now. Oh my goodness, this is coming down to it as Nesh goes for the peek, and Na'Vi will steal the victory away in the final game from Team Liquid. But Team Liquid did enough. They survived past Team Intel, past Team Razor, and they'll take the final win here, here on Pro Night.
I have a small feeling that Team Liquid saw the teams that they were taking out along the time, and they're like, all right, guys, let's drop down from the top, pick up some more kills, and get crazy with it, try to have a big game. But Na'Vi, they've been there over towards the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. I think they were hanging around that top 5, top 6 area. It's nice to see them finally pick up a dub.
Yeah, we'll see if it was enough maybe for them to snipe away second place at the very least, but we're going to need some time for our admins to do all the calculations, and when we get back from our final break, we'll be able to announce the winners in second place right after this.
All right. Hey guys, my name's Stoms. I'm a Gibraltar main, and I'm our Fight IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. And I prefer using the Scout Mastiff in team fights. The Scout's your mid-long range. It's kind of the best of both worlds. And then the Mastiff's just nasty up close and bub fights.
On one, but it looks like Team Razor are able to recover here, and so we're back down to a 3v3. The full push out from Pop-Tarts as they push the low. Huge damage with that PK, but they lose out on impulse. Teams here, as it looks like Team Liquid are getting pushed by Pop-Tarts.
We mainly land Geyser for ALGS, GLL, or even our open nights at Esports Arena. It has the best of both worlds in terms of rotations and loot. We take the 2 no-name POIs next to Geyser and sorting. We just kind of take that whole section of the map to ourselves. Now on Pro Night, we go to Overlook, so we don't have to get test EU teams like 303 or if any team wants to land there. That way we have still the best of both worlds with our no-name and quick rotations out. Go ahead and check out walmart.com/esports arena, and you can shop all your Pop-Tart products right there.
Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Woo. Man. All right, I'm back. We all here, boys? All ready for SeriesE?
Yes, absolutely.
Lucas? Yeah, I got my Pop-Tarts. Lucas, are you here, man? Lucas?
Lucas.
The game starts in 5 minutes. Where's Lucas?
It's fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back to SeriesE. We'll see if Na'Vi was able to do enough to maybe hit up that second place spot. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. We know Team Liquid had a really great day for themselves so far, had 2 dubs overall, weren't able to get the third, and they will be able to secure first place with 77 points. But take a look at that, Na'Vi missing out in second place by 1 point, Tom.
And not just that, you look at this leaderboard and you see the big overarching picture here with Team Cheez-It falling down 30 points to Team Razor today. That's huge for our relegations. There's a couple of teams, Razor, Applejacks, and Cheez-It, all fighting it out for 2 of those 3 spots Well, there's 4 spots overall, but it's that final spot that these guys are trying to really duke it out for. And Applejacks didn't have the best day either. So unfortunate for them that Team Razor really popped off today, but it was Team Liquid's day. I mean, they almost won half of our games today. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and really coming close to getting that last win here. They made this push for our Mobile One high performance moment of the final game of the evening. You saw they were able to steal away these kill points. Imagine if Na'Vi were able to drop down and secure that last kill onto the Pop-Tarts boys. They could have gotten second place. But ultimately, though, being able to take this last team fight win up against Team Liquid, very great for them. And it is going to be, of course, Team Liquid, though, overall, that take the win today.
And you could see actually how close this final fight was. I didn't realize that it was a 1v1 with 2 players that were fairly weak. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, they didn't lay down or have enough time to get into all these different armor swaps. If Nocturnal at this point is laying armors down left and right, that would be key. But I don't think that they were anticipating Na'Vi to do such a good job of taking different angles. You could see the amount of doors that are down there over towards the toilet bowl, and Navi's kind of peeking and shooting into every single one. And a player like Al really has such good, map movement and tracking that he's able to kind of watch like a swivel all these different areas. But the timing of the peak was just so well done, and Nesh is able to close this one out. And that's not easy to do considering how hot Team Liquid was.
Yeah, hitting all sorts of crazy snipes. I mean, they started off the day with some highlight performances, and they will still be able to win it out in the end. And so congratulations, Team Liquid, for taking first place. Team Razor, I believe, second place there overall. And like you said, with very, very important implications leading into the final 2 weeks of SeriesE. But that's going to do it for me. We do have an interview after this, so we're going to head up to that. But we're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have the final word. So stick around, guys. But for me, have a good weekend. I'll see you guys next week.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm sure you missed us. We got Farmer Lucas over here, fresh off of Pop-Tarts week. Didn't get all the dubs in the world that they were hoping for, but hey, you guys still are looking pretty overall in terms of the overall standings. Lucas, how you feeling in season 2 so far?
I'm feeling good. I'm having a great time. Really appreciate you guys having me on tonight.
Yeah, no problem, man. What's it like creating some of this content on the side? Are you guys having fun with that?
It's a great feeling. It is like my last team. I really enjoyed playing with them. Great guys, but it feels good to be up there in the top of the standings this time.
Yeah, can we talk about that? What do you think is the big difference right now going in from season 1 into season 2? How have you guys been able to perform, and what's been different for you individually?
Individually, I put in a lot more time to aim training on the side, and just overall improvement in my own personal game through, I don't know, ranked and now I guess arenas. And then as a team, we put in a lot more time to actually play ranked together, play scrims together. We put in a lot more dedication from the team, and that's why I believe we're seeing the success we are.
We have a crazy race going on for, obviously the top 4 teams make it into season 3, no questions asked. And then the other teams, they have to go through this relegation process. Are you aware of kind of how those standings are working right now towards the bottom of that list? We have Razor, we have Applejacks, and we have Cheez-It. Which team do you think is going to be the team that gets left out right there?
It's hard to say. Based on tonight's performance, my guess would be Applejack does they do very well on open night. They frag out, they go around, they kill a lot of teams, but on pro night they're 50-50ing renegades at tree and not putting up very many points if they're not winning their 50-50s. So by that information, I have a feeling it'll be Applejacks.
I want to dive deep into kind of the strategy and approach that your team likes to take. Obviously the open day is a little bit different, the pro day is different as well. What have your guys' play style been, and how would you describe how you play?
So we try and adapt our playstyle based on the lobby, obviously. On Tuesday night, we get our geyser. We get geyser like we normally do. We have our actual POI, and then we have the 2 no names near it. We get a bunch of loot, and then we like to run around and try and W key edge zone like what's comfortable to us. And then on pro night, unfortunately we don't get geyser. We chose not to 50-50 303 because LAN events aren't coming around anytime soon, and it doesn't make sense for us to 50-50 a team who has nothing to lose when we have everything to lose trying to get our next contract. So we play a little bit more conservative on pro night. We get zone, we get a beacon scan every time on overlook, and then we try and rotate a little bit more to the zone and get KP as we're in a power position in endgame rather than W keying edge zone.
I mean, Overlook's not that. It's a little far from Geyser, but it's a little similar. It's not like you're going over towards like the northwest side of the map or anything like that. Let's get your overall thoughts on Apex in general. I mean, there's been a lot of good things that have been happening. Apex is picking up. It was the most streamed game on Twitch over the last month. What do you think of the changes that are happening? What do you think of the current meta?
I think the changes have been great. I was feeling very burnt out at the end of last season, and mostly because I never really enjoyed Olympus as a ranked map, and I didn't have the drive to play the game I do when World's Edge is in the map. I think the World's Edge bringing back, I wish they would make that a permanent addition to the game, is just World's Edge for ranked. I also enjoy arenas. Arenas are great. It's a quick, we can use it as a warm-up, or you can go for win streaks, and without ranked, going for those win streaks is what gets you against better players. So I think I've used it as a warm-up most days before I come in and play SeriesE, and my team, we've used it for team fighting practice. The bow check, the nerf was, I think, it was a lot of fun right when it came out, but it was definitely overpowered. It needed to be nerfed, and I think the nerf was good enough to make it's still a good weapon. They didn't nerf it into the ground, but it's in a good place. Now, the Spitfire, on the other hand, I definitely think the nerf needed to be a bit more substantial. Only 1 damage and 5 bullets just wasn't enough. There's something with the headshot multiplier needed to change, and something with the mag size definitely needs to change.
Yeah, I still think it's pretty exciting though when they introduce something new. And obviously, anytime you introduce something new into any type of game, typically it's a little overpowered. I would say 80-90% of the time. But in terms of having a new gun that everyone's able to use and have fun with, we haven't seen anything like that in quite some time. Obviously, the Volt was a really fun gun, and we're starting to see introductions of. It's just nice to have the R9 back, the PK back, and a lot of great different metas that are happening with the fighting. So, Lucas, overall, what can we expect from you guys in these next 2 weeks?
We're gonna finish out strong. We're coming for that first place still. We're not out of that race yet. We're coming for Team Pringle's spot.
All right, I can't wait to see it, Lucas. Best of luck the next 2 weeks, and congratulations on making it into season 2 and having a great performance.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Tom.
All right, we're definitely going to see Lucas for season 3. We're going to also see him next week. Tuesday is our open day. Wednesday is our pro day. We'll see you then. Everybody have a great night.
I play Wraith, and I am the Team IGL for Team Pop-Tarts. My go-to gun combo this season is R301 EVA. I like the R301 because it's got a high damage output and can be used at mid-range and even long range. And I prefer the EVA over the Mastiff now because the DPS is far higher, and the EVA carries 8 shots rather than 6.
Pushing off 303, it seems. As Pop-Tarts now coming in for the third party, taking out VFL Hunter and Mo Chances. They squad to secure a thirst there. Now as Team Pop-Tarts find another fight. Rambo on the other side of this one. Pringles are about to go down. Drop down into a 2v1 as Team Pop-Tarts should be able to finish this one off. And they will.
One thing about us is we can either adapt depending on the lobby, but our go-to play style is an edge team. We like to go around the edge and fight teams. Strawberry Pop-Tarts are my go-to flavor. If you're looking for some, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena. Hey, my name's Lucas.
My name's Stomps.
It's Impulse.
I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts.
For Team Pop-Tarts.
And you're watching
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week.
Pop-Tarts Week. Whew.